I'm not giving up.
I am selling the building.
The final season of FX's The Bear.
The restaurant is flooded.
Everything's either gonna be okay.
No, stop!
Or not.
We are outgunned and we are outmanned, but we have each other.
FX's The Bear, the final season. All episodes now streaming on Disney+.
And we're live from the living room as Doug eyes up the matchday spread. He's reaching for the buffalo wing. Perfect! Hang on, what's this? Oh, he's gone for a can of Pepsi too! Incredible! What a finish! Sensational combination! Look at the delight on his face. There's no doubt about it. It just tastes better. Match days deserve Pepsi. Food deserves Pepsi. Grab a pack of Pepsi Zero Sugar for today's match. It's poetry in motion.
Anatolia, a land shrouded in mysteries and ancient civilizations, stood as a silent witness to the rise of one of history's most interesting civilizations, the Hittites. Emerging from the shadows of the Bronze Age, their origins weave a tale of migration, conquest, and cultural fusion. Scholars debate the roots of the Indo-European speaking people who became the Hittites, tracing possible homelands from the southern steppes of Russia to the heart of central Anatolia. Yet, their arrival, marked by a mingling with the indigenous Hattians, birthed a unique civilization that played a pivotal role in reshaping the ancient Near East. The Hittite story unfolds against the backdrop of the early and middle Bronze Ages, where trade, diplomacy, and warfare wove intricate connections across Anatolia. By the mid-2nd millennium BCE, the city of Hattusa rose as their stronghold, a sprawling capital fortified by walls that whispered both defiance and grandeur. From their archives emerged clay tablets, preserved for millennia, detailing treaties with vassal states, accounts of kingship, and prayers to deities unknown beyond their borders. Their language, Nesite, would become a cornerstone of their identity, resonating through centuries of rule. Yet, their ascent was no gentle rise. They battled rival kingdoms, defied the Casca tribes of the Pontic Mountains, and challenged the mighty Egyptians at the Battle of Kanesh. With each conquest, the Hittites forged a legacy of innovative diplomacy, religious syncretism, and military might. They were not just warriors, but builders, their temples and fortresses standing as testaments to their enduring influence over the lands they controlled. A legacy that continues to captivate us today. As the Bronze Age waned, so too did the Hittite Empire, yet their story, etched in stone and clay, continues to captivate. Who were the Hittites truly? A confederation of peoples bound by ambition. A fleeting echo of a more ancient Indo-European past? Their legacy lingers in the annals of history, inviting us to unravel their secrets and walk among the ruins of their world. Anatolia represented a fascinating mystery within the Bronze Age Near Eastern context to the 19th century academic, a locale of considerable historical and archaeological importance. Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Hisarlik from 1871 to 1890, while minimally altering the dominant narrative, ignited a spirit of curiosity. The material civilization Schliemann discovered at the purported site of Troy exemplified Anatolia's intricate and profound history, a notable advancement in northwest Anatolia on the fringe of a shadowy subcontinent. That image has transformed significantly since the early 20th century. Anatolia was the origin of a vast array of civilizations, the earliest of which emerged millennia before the onset of the Bronze Age. We must explore numerous strata of Anatolia's past before revealing the initial towns and societies of the era designated by archaeologists as the Bronze Age. This era spanned around 2,000 years of history and civilization in the Near East, from the late 4th to the late 2nd millennium BC. This era was marked by numerous notable accomplishments in advancing human culture and civilization in the region. However, there was no abrupt or drastic discontinuity with the preceding circumstances. In their initial phase, numerous Bronze Age sites exhibit a gradual and often nearly imperceptible cultural progression from the preceding Chalcolithic age. This continuity in cultural growth attests to the historical development in Anatolia. The advent of bronze, a metal alloy formed by combining copper with a small proportion of tin, up to 10%, signified a new epoch for archaeologists due to its enhanced toughness and durability compared to pure copper. This technological advancement did not precipitate abrupt revolutionary transformations in society. Copper was the predominant metal used by the early Bronze Age peoples. The emergence of the initial bronze objects in Anatolia was a pivotal advancement that significantly impacted Anatolian history for the subsequent 2 millennia. Despite the prevalence of copper, lead, nickel, and arsenic deposits in Anatolia, the absence of substantial tin occurrences in the region throughout the Bronze Age remains enigmatic. To date, there is no unequivocal evidence that the populations of Anatolia relied solely on external sources for tin supply. The true sources remain a subject of ongoing controversy. However, most, if not all, of the tin utilized in Anatolia originated from the southeast, through Mesopotamia and Syria. This dependence on foreign sources for raw materials, such as tin and other locally unavailable commodities, highlights the interconnection of ancient civilizations and the significance of trade, networks informing stable, cohesive political and administrative structures. By the midpoint of the 3rd millennium, the early Bronze II phase, affluent ruling dynasties and significant centers of civilization emerged in diverse regions of Anatolia. Prominent among these were Troy and Polyochni in the northwest, Beysa Sultan in the southwest, and Tarsus on the southeastern Cilician plain. Our primary emphasis will be on central Anatolia. In this area, multiple affluent cities, likely the centers of minor kingdoms, emerged in a territory stretching from just south of the southern curve of the river, currently referred to as the Kızıl Irmak, Red River, northward towards the Pontic region along the southern coastline of the Black Sea. The location, called Alaca Höyük, was significant among these communities, located around 180 kilometers northeast of the contemporary Turkish capital, Ankara. This community originated in the late Chalcolithic period and reached its zenith during the early Bronze II phase, as demonstrated by its 13 royal shaft tombs and their remarkable grave goods, typically dated to about 2300 to 2100. However, it persisted as a thriving settlement until the conclusion of the Late Bronze Age. The Bronze Age name remains unknown. However, it may be associated with the Hittite city of Arinna, dedicated to the sun goddess. Significant settlements were Hattus, the location of the subsequent Hittite capital Hattusa; Ali Sar, about 80 kilometers southeast of Hattus, perhaps the old Ankua VI; Zalpa, located in the Pontic region; and Kanesh. Kanesh, the final site, is situated in the fertile Kayseri Plain, immediately south of the southern curve of the Kızıl Irmak River, at the mound currently referred to as Kültepe. Originally a Chalcolithic site, it has a history of uninterrupted habitation extending to the Roman era. However, its most prosperous period was throughout the early and Middle Bronze Ages. The name of the Kanesh king Zipani is linked to a rebellion of 17 local rulers against the Akkadian king Naram Sin, c. 2254-2218, whose empire extended from the Persian Gulf to central Anatolia at the peak of his authority. The list of rebels also includes Pamba, a monarch of Hatti. This practice has late attestation, around 1400. However, assuming it has a historical foundation, it offers significant written documentation of structured kingdoms in the central Anatolian area during the Early Bronze Age. The Early Bronze II phase appears to signify the zenith of numerous social, political, and cultural advancements that had been occurring in various regions of Anatolia since the late Chalcolithic period, with minimal disruption and without significant demographic shifts, except possibly in the northwest and southeast, to be elaborated upon below. By the end of this period, around 2300, there is evidence of significant and occasionally violent transformations in certain places. This is particularly apparent in the western and southern regions. These places exhibit evidence of significant conflagrations, and a limited number of the established Early Bronze II towns persisted into the concluding phase of the Early Bronze Age. Before the conclusion of the third millennium, 3 distinct groups in Anatolia were identified as speakers of Indo-European languages: the Luwians in the west, the Palayans in the north, and the speakers of Nicite in middle or eastern Anatolia. The designations of these groupings originate from the names of their languages, as recorded in the cuneiform tablets discovered in the archives of the Hittite capital, Hattusa. These archives comprise manuscripts authored in multiple languages, including various Indo-European languages denoted by the words Luwili in Luwia, Palaumnili in Pala, and Nesvili, Nazvili, or Nisvili in Nesa. The geographical distribution of toponyms, theonyms, and anthroponyms in their respective languages has predominantly influenced the locations of these groups. Controversy exists regarding the origins of the Indo-Europeans. Proposed homelands include eastern Anatolia, the southern Caucasus, and northern Mesopotamia in the east, southern Russia and north of the Black Sea in the north, and Central Europe and the Balkans in the west. However, no consensus has been established. There exists a substantial divergence of perspectives concerning the precise date of their arrival. Most researchers assume that their arrival in Anatolia occurred during the third millennium. Some contend that the Luwians were the initial group to enter Anatolia in the early third millennium, while the Nisites arrived near the millennium's conclusion. Others assert that the Nisites and Palayans signify the inaugural phase of Indo-European migration, with the Luwians arriving later in the millennium. 14. One perspective posits that the Indo-Europeans arrived en masse and later dispersed throughout Anatolia after their arrival. Conversely, another perspective suggests that Anatolia had been inhabited by Indo-European speakers for approximately 4,000 years before the onset of the Bronze Age, specifically from circa 7,000 BCE. While we remain unable to ascertain the definitive origins of the Indo-European groups and the specifics of their migration into Anatolia, it is imperative to consider many critical concerns at this juncture. What is the affiliation of these groups within the framework of the early Bronze Age kingdoms? Who were the denizens of these kingdoms? Who were the monarchs that governed them? The Hattians, the territory, including the central Anatolian kingdoms, has been referred to as the land of Hatti since at least the time of the Akkadian Empire under Sargon. Researchers have historically posited that the primary demographic of the region throughout the third millennium was an indigenous pre-Indo-European community known as the Hattians. The vestiges of a non-Indo-European language discovered in the later Hittite archives indicate the existence of a Hattic civilization. Numerous documents designate the language by referencing hastily, signifying written in the language of Hatti. The surviving texts are primarily of a religious or cultic nature. They furnish us with several Hattic deities and Hattic personal and geographical names. Turkish archaeologist Ekrem Akurgul has asserted that the material culture of the early Bronze Age kingdoms in central Anatolia is unequivocally of indigenous Anatolian origin. The Hattians were likely the individuals who constructed and resided in central Anatolia's early Bronze Age kingdoms. In that case, what is the role of the Indo-Europeans in this context? Several experts contend that the royal tombs of Alaca Höyük may elucidate the solution. Akurgal has specifically highlighted the interment practices employed at Alaca Höyük and the royal standards found within the tombs. Although the manner of the pieces suggests they were crafted by native Anatolian or Hattic artisans, Akurgal contends that the solar discs and theriomorphic standards, like those discovered at Horostepe and Mahmatlar in the Pontic region, embody non-Hattic Indo-European ideas. The burial practice exhibits an Indo-European characteristic. The graves are reminiscent of subsequent Mycenaean interments and those of the Phrygians discovered at Gordion and Ankara. This resulted in the inference that the tomb's occupants may have been Kurgan migrants from the Mykop area in southern Russia, who communicated in an Indo-European language. Akurgal concludes that the tombs were associated with Hittite princes, who established themselves as rulers over the indigenous Hattic populace, suggesting an Indo-European incursion around 2200 and the settlement of the initial Indo-European tribes in the Kizil-Irmak Basin during this period. 22. However, this hypothesis is not universally endorsed. Some contend that there is no definitive evidence of an Indo-European incursion into Anatolia, nor any suggestion that Hittite culture is of Indo-European origin. Consequently, we must elucidate the comprehensive context of the Indo-European settlement in Anatolia. Can we derive any definitive conclusions from the few facts and the complex array of academic views regarding Central Anatolia's ethnopolitical landscape until the end of the early Bronze Age, around 2000 BC? Assessing our existing knowledge requires recognizing certain limits. It is prudent to articulate these points, as some tenuous or erroneous assumptions on the Indo-European presence in the region have historically been accepted as conventional wisdom and established truth. Let us concisely summarize the overall situation. No evidence indicates a significant influx of foreigners into Anatolia, whether Indo-European or elsewhere, during the third millennium. We are currently ascertaining the major ethnic composition of the populations that inhabited the early Bronze Age kingdoms. The prevailing civilization of Central Anatolia during the early Bronze Age may have belonged to a non-Indo-European group, known as the Hattians. However, this still needs to be proved. This does not preclude the likelihood that indigenous peoples of Indo-European descent inhabited the same region at this period. We are still ascertaining the timeline of the initial emergence of Indo-European populations in Anatolia, whether it occurred a century, a millennium, or many millennia before their earliest documented presence in written records. Archaeological evidence has yet to yield definitive information concerning the timeline of Indo-European settlement. Nonetheless, we can ascertain an Indo-European presence in central Anatolia by the conclusion of the third millennium, as Indo-European personal names are documented in the records of Assyrian merchants who established trading colonies in the area at the onset of the second. Indo-European immigration, whether as initial invaders or peaceful settlers arriving in small numbers over several centuries, likely intermingled with indigenous populations and assimilated numerous aspects of their culture. Nevertheless, numerous Indo-European features persisted during this and subsequent eras. The endurance of the Indo-European Nesite, which subsequently evolved into the official language of the Hittite kingdom, is notably apparent. The interment customs and funerary artifacts at Alaca Höyük toward the conclusion of the third millennium may indicate a mostly Indo-European culture in at least the surrounding area. If accurate, the individuals who constructed the tombs may have spoken Nesite, or a derivative thereof, and presumably belonged to the Indo-European ancestry of the late Bronze Age Hittites. The opulence of the burial artifacts indicates that their beneficiaries belong to an aristocratic ruling class. A comparable conclusion might be drawn regarding the sites of Horoztepe and Mamatlar in the Pontic region. Nevertheless, we have not yet validated the hypothesis that these sites signify a succession of alien monarchs who dominated a native populace. Many early Bronze Age villages in central Anatolia likely contained individuals of Indo-European descent within their populations. The striking similarities among the three documented Indo-European languages in Bronze Age Anatolia suggest that their speakers were initially and continued to be in close touch with each other. The linguistic distinctions would have been considerably more pronounced if they arrived in Anatolia in distinct migration waves several centuries apart. The disparities align with the hypothesis that the primary dispersal of Indo-European speakers transpired in Anatolia, perhaps no more than a few centuries before the emergence of the languages in written documentation. This dispersal likely transpired throughout the third millennium. The fall of Troy II at the millennium's conclusion may have been linked to the incursion of an Indo-European group in the northwest, specifically the Luwians. 26. During the Middle Bronze Age, 20th-18th century, the Assyrians founded multiple merchant colonies in eastern Anatolia to facilitate trade with the towns and palaces of various local rulers. The early Bronze Age had already formed the majority of these kingdoms. The colony network's headquarters was in Nessa, known as Kanesh, situated just south of the Kizil-Irmak River. In the Assyrian literature discovered in this city, most names are of Indo-European origin. Researchers have determined that Nessa functioned as the principal center for Indo-European settlement in central Anatolia during the colonial period, while the native Hattic population reportedly occupied other locations. The disputes between a dynasty founded at Nessa and the sovereigns of other central Anatolian kingdoms are perceived as ethnically motivated confrontations between Indo-Europeans and Hattians, culminating in the latter's final defeat. Nonetheless, the concept of conflicts among rival ethnic groups, battles waged to maintain or attain the dominance of one group over another, is likely devoid of significance throughout this era. We lack knowledge regarding the ethnic composition of the other central Anatolian kingdoms and the ethnic identity of their kings. By the early second millennium, the region's population may have been heterogeneous, with Indo-European, Hurrian, and Hattic components. Nevertheless, the city of Nessa has been especially significant in Indo-European components to the degree that the region's spoken Indo-European language nearly mirrored the city's name. Nessite was already recognized as the Anatolian language for written documentation and communication. The dynasty that exerted its authority over the city and expanded its dominion via military conquest across a significant portion of eastern Anatolia utilized it. Initially, the formation and dissemination of Nessite as a written language likely transpired commercially, owing to Nessa's position within the Assyrian trading network. 34. Furthermore, if Luwian had been extensively spoken in other areas of Anatolia, communication with these regions would have been significantly facilitated by employing a closely related language. Who were the Hittites? The intermediate chronology posits that the Hittite kingdom was established in the early to mid-17th century. Hattusa, situated 36,150 kilometers east of Ankara, became the permanent capital. The kingdom endured for around 5 centuries throughout the late Bronze Age. In light of our previous discussions, we must reject the previously prevalent belief that Hittite history commenced with a specific ethnic group of Indo-European descent exerting dominance over the indigenous Hattic populace of central Anatolia. Notably, German scholar Gerd Steiner asserted that Indo-Europeans had a negligible impact on the history of the Hittite kingdom, initially serving as subjects under Hattic rulers. Indeed, the Hittite civilization integrated numerous Hattic aspects, chiefly religion, art, and mythology. Hattic personal names and place names persisted inside the Hittite kingdom. Certain royal names may have Hattic origins, and the Hattic heritage is reflected in the kingdom's designation, the Land of Hatti. It is essential to recognize the need for any identifiable evidence of Hattic precedence in the kingdom's historical, administrative, judicial, or diplomatic texts. Recently, a claim has emerged that the alleged impact of Hattic on the Hittite language and institutions has been continually overstated. Recently, a claim has emerged that the royal names Labarna, variant Tabarna, and Tawanana, although thought of as of Hattic origin, are Indo-European. The Indo-European Nasite language was unequivocally the official written language of the royal court. A multitude of documents, both sacred and secular, included it. Hittite monarchs employed it to communicate with their provincial governors, other officials, and vassal rulers throughout Anatolia, particularly in the western and southwestern regions where Luwian was predominantly spoken. The Hittite monarch employed it in his correspondence with the king of Ahiawa. Considering that Nasite functioned as the official language of the Hittite country, it is plausible to infer that its ruling class communicated in this language. If this differs from the situation, we must ascertain a rationale for its utilization. Professor Steiner asserts that the Assyrian colony period in Anatolia created Nasite as an essential language of communication emanating from the colony network's headquarters. Its utilization may have proliferated extensively beyond the Nesa region, already functioning as a lingua franca throughout Anatolia. In several regions of western and southeastern Anatolia, where Luwian was prevalent, it would have been significantly easier to acquire and comprehend the Hattic language or any other language utilized within Assyrian commercial endeavors. The principal rationale for the sustained utilization of Nasite, Hittite, as the official chancellery language in Hattusa during the formation of the Hittite state was its role in written contacts between the royal court and diverse Anatolian populations, especially in the western regions. A primary issue with this theory is that the Nasite, Hittite language saw numerous transformations over the 500 years of its utilization in Hittite texts, transformations indicative of a dynamic spoken language rather than a static chancellery language. Nevertheless, the theory may possess some value. The practical concerns noted by Steiner likely contributed to the preservation and ongoing evolution of Hittite as the kingdom's official language, both in spoken and written forms, regardless of the ethnic backgrounds of its speakers or writers. Nevertheless, the royal court may have employed Hittite for alternative purposes. Throughout the history of the Hittite kingdom, the royal succession in Hatti was consistently the privilege of a limited number of families. Those who ascended the throne often asserted their ancestral connections to their earliest recognized ancestors, reinforcing their assertions of the throne. If the initial dynasty members employed the Indo-European Nasite language as the official language, its preservation would have bolstered the perception of dynasty and unbroken familial continuity over generations. Nasite was to persist as the language of nobility throughout the Hittite Empire. This does not necessarily signify the ongoing political dominance of a specific ethnic group. Instead, it signifies the preservation of a significant dynastic tradition. Marriage alliances, adoptions, and coups led to the amalgamation of many ethnic groups, including Hattic, Luwian, and Hurrian, within the limited number of families that held the Hittite monarchy. The king's names, consorts, and other familial members suggest that affiliation with the elite ruling class was not predicated on ethnic exclusivity. Upon entering the royal ranks, all members conformed to and maintained the court's established customs, including using Nasite as the principal official language. This does not suggest that only royal members utilized Nasite. It permeated the multiple tiers of the kingdom's administrative organization. Scribes and other officials in the kingdom's provincial centers utilized it, as demonstrated by the personal notes they shared as appendices to official communications between Hattusa-based bureaucrats and their Topeka counterparts. Despite its extensive usage, Nisite was but one of several languages spoken inside the kingdom. Occasionally one may still encounter enduring remnants of the ancient Hattic language. The homeland's principal regional cities and capital likely accommodated Babylonian-speaking scribes, Hurrian-speaking priests, and diviners. The thousands of prisoners of war consistently sent to the country following military triumphs significantly influenced the ethnic character of the kingdom's domestic lands. The Hittites lacked a unified ethnic foundation and a shared language. The populace was multiracial and spoke a diverse array of languages. What is the origin of the term Hittite? The term originates as a biblical reference about a minor Canaanite tribe that inhabited the hills of Palestine during the early years of the first millennium BCE. Academics later utilized the phrase to denote the kingdom that prevailed in Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age. As far as we know, the Late Bronze Age Hittites did not employ any ethnic or political designation to refer to themselves, particularly not one indicative of an Indo-European origin. They identified as the people of the land of Hatti, signifying their association with the region they inhabited. This nomenclature may have been used for centuries, possibly even millennia, and likely predates the arrival of any Indo-European groups in the area. The population was heterogeneous, consisting of various ethnic groups, including Indo-European, Nessites and Luwians, Hattic, and Hurrian, along with an increasing number of individuals from Mesopotamia and Syria. A significant portion, possibly the majority, needed to communicate in the kingdom's official language. Their shared identity, self-perceived and recognized by neighboring entities, stemmed not from a common language or cultural or ethnic affiliation, but rather from their residence within a distinctly defined region that set them apart from other subjects of the king residing in more distant vassal states. Individuals frequently designate the area they inhabited as the Hittite homeland. Within this territory, they were affiliated with cities, towns, or cult centers regulated by laws enacted by the king and enforced by councils of elders or regional governors representing the king. Alternatively, they resided on modest farms or rural estates whose proprietors often owed direct loyalty to the king in exchange for royal privileges granted or anticipated. Consequently, through a succession of hierarchical intermediaries, the king's subjects could summon them to contribute resources and serve in his military forces. The Late Bronze Age in the Near East presents a complex tableau characterized by fluctuating power dynamics among the principal kingdoms, evolving spheres of influence, and rapidly shifting allegiances as great kings competed for dominance. The Hittite kingdom emerged within this framework, experiencing periods of struggle, triumph, and eventual decline. The subsequent sections will chronicle the trajectory of this kingdom from its inception in the 17th century through 5 centuries of successes and setbacks, culminating in its final collapse in the early 12th century. Before commencing this study, we must revisit the centuries preceding the emergence of the Hittite kingdom, specifically the era of the Assyrian merchant colonies. This period represents one of early Anatolian history's most intriguing and well-documented phases. The Assyrians, through the establishment of their colonies, introduced the art of writing to Anatolia for the first time. Thus, this period marks the true inception of studying ancient Anatolian history. The Assyrians established multiple merchant colonies in Anatolia during the early 2nd millennium. These colonies marked a pivotal new epoch in Anatolian history, the era of written documentation, approximately a millennium after Mesopotamia produced its initial written records. Assyrian merchants meticulously recorded their business dealings on clay tablets inscribed in Old Assyrian cuneiform and maintained consistent written communication with officials, business partners, and family members residing in the Assyrian capital, Ashur. Various contracts and judicial records documented and validated a spectrum of legal transactions, serving as written proof in litigation. Traders employed numerous lists, notes, and memoranda to oversee their goods and transactions, particularly lists of outstanding claims for debt recovery and periodic account reconciliations organized by their institution, the Karum. The Assyrian colonies, spanning the initial 2 centuries of the second millennium, are referred to as the Middle Bronze Age in archaeological discourse. During this era, the Assyrians engaged in extensive international trade and commercial activities, exemplified by their operations in Anatolia. They established numerous settlements extending from their homeland northwestward into central Anatolia, with their texts documenting 21 such locations. Thus far, only 3 have been identified, 2 in the Kızıl-Irmak Basin, Hattus, or Hittite Hattusa, and the site now known as Ali Sar, and 1 situated to the south of Anatolia during the Assyrian colony period. Of the Kızıl-Irmak River, Kültepe, ancient Kanesh, located in the contemporary region of Kayseri. We have discovered tablets documenting the operations and transactions of Assyrian merchants from 3 sites, with Kanesh producing the highest quantity. In 1986, Turkish archaeologist Tahsin Özguç noted that 11,000 tablets had been found since systematic excavations commenced at Kanesh in 1948. Numerous public and private collections dispersed the tablets unearthed before 1948. A recent estimate suggests the total number of tablets from Kanesh is nearly 21,500, with a significant possibility of further discoveries. The majority of these tablets remain pending detailed analysis. 2 types of settlements are identified in the texts: major communities termed Ka-Ru, singular Ka-Rum, and minor settlements known as Wabaratum, singular Wabartum. The latter likely served primarily as military outposts established by the Assyrians at strategic locations to safeguard merchandise caravans from hostile natives. The central hub of merchant activities was the city of Nesa, or Kanesh, at Kültepe, Ashmound. Excavations commenced in 1948, overseen and revealed 2 primary portions of the site. Hittite Höyük is a 20-meter-high mound, approximately 500 meters in diameter, situated above the Kayseri plain. It served as the location of the local Anatolian community, characterized by the palace of its ruler. Kültepe Karum, or Karum Kanesh. The Assyrian commercial hub located at the base of the mound on the northeast and southeast. As indicated by the names of property owners with Anatolian origins, such as Perua, Galulu, Saktanua, and Supiaksu, the Karum accommodated not just Assyrian merchants. Kanesh comprises 4 primary occupational strata. The initial 2, IV and the 3, pertain to the Early Bronze Age, during which the Early Bronze III phase witnessed Ware's destruction of level 3. Subsequently, the Middle Bronze Age, characterized by the Assyrian colonies, is represented archaeologically by 2 levels, 2 and Ib. Old Assyrian chronology offers some support in this context. Determining the dates and duration of these 2 levels is essential. This necessity arises from the presence of date formulas in numerous texts from Kültepe, Alisar, and Hattusa, which include the name of the eponym Limum, an official appointed annually in Ashur. Existing records of these officials facilitate the establishment of a chronological sequence for the Karum tablets by aligning the Limum lists with the Assyrian king lists, as it was customary for an Assyrian king to be designated Limum in the early years of his reign. A recent examination of pertinent archaeological and prosopographical data has further advanced the reconstruction of the period's chronology. Level 2 of the Karum at Kanesh lasted some 70-80 years. From relatively late in the reign of Ereshum 116 until the end of the reign of Puzur-Ashur II, i.e., from sometime in the last quarter of the 20th century until the second half of the 19th century. 17. It ended in destruction by Ur. Before resettlement occurred in the IB phase, the final phase of the merchant colonies, the site remained unoccupied for perhaps 30 years. It is still uncertain whether the settlement on the mound suffered destruction at the same time as the Karum. Given that several tablets found in the Kanesh palace date to the intermediate period between levels 2 and IB, it's quite likely that the settlement remained intact. 19. Before Abuyur destroyed it, level IB had a flourishing existence. Roughly speaking, it extended from the late 19th century to about the middle of the 18th century.
This episode is brought to you by Fox One. Watch all 104 matches of the FIFA World Cup live in 4K for just $19.99 a month, with 3 days free. Build your own multi-view, choose up to 3 streams, and follow player spotlights. Stay on top of every moment with live stats, highlights, and instant replays. The FIFA World Cup, streaming live on Fox One. Offers are subject to change. See fox.com for complete terms and conditions.
When you need to build up your team to handle the growing chaos at work, use Indeed Sponsored Jobs. It gives your job post the boost it needs to be seen and helps reach people with the right skills, certifications, and more. Spend less time searching and more time actually interviewing candidates who check all your boxes. Listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit at Indeed.com/podcast. That's Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply. Need a hiring hero? This is a job for Indeed Sponsored Jobs.
Documentary evidence from Ib is scarce, unlike Level 2, which has yielded thousands of tablets. This level has yielded no more than 250 tablets. According to the Assyrian texts, during the colonial period, central Anatolia was governed by several kingdoms, referred to as Metu, singular Metum, in merchant texts. These included the kingdom of Hatti, likely encompassing most of the Kızıl-Irmak basin, Kanesh, situated directly to the south, Burushatum, also known as Purushatum or Purushanda in Hittite texts, and Wasusana. The latter two were likely neighboring kingdoms located south of the Kızıl-Irmak, with Wasusana possibly near modern Niğde. A significant trade route from Assyria traversed Washania, Nanasa, and Ulama, leading to Burushatum, which was probably southeast of the Salt Lake, Turkish Tuz Golu, and may be buried beneath the mound at Alaca Höyük, approximately 6 kilometers northwest of Aksaray. In a tradition later documented in the text known as the King of the Battle, Vasar Tamhari, the Akkadian king Sargon, c. 2334-2279, undertook an expedition against Nur-Dagan, the ruler of Purushanda, following a plea from a delegation of oppressed Akkadian merchants in the city. The expedition proved successful, as Sargon attacked and vanquished Nur-Dagan, who submitted to his conqueror, extolling him as an unparalleled mighty king. Similar to the accounts associated with Sargon's grandson Naram-Sin, this tradition may be rooted in historical reality. If accurate, it suggests the existence of a kingdom named Burushatum, Purushanda, during the early Bronze Age, noted for its abundant natural resources, as indicated in the narrative. We can likely include Zalpa, Zalpua, in the roster of central or central northern Anatolian kingdoms. It is situated to the north of the kingdom of Hatti in or around the Pontic region. At the onset of the colonial period, each kingdom extended its authority or influence to varying degrees. Each kingdom was centered around a principal city, governed by a ruler, Ruba in merchant texts, who wielded extensive authority over the communities within his realm. Some of these communities likely comprised significant settlements, accompanied by Assyrian colonies under the jurisdiction of a local vassal, also referred to as a Ruba in the texts. The local Ruba likely possessed considerable autonomy in managing the affairs of the communities under his direct control. However, he remained subordinate to the overarching authority of the ruler of the Matum to which he was affiliated. The relationship between the Assyrians and local rulers was characterized by trading agreements rather than outright dominance. While it was once thought that Assyrian military conquests established colonies indicative of Assyrian supremacy, these colonies were actually guest enclaves where local rulers maintained overarching control over the activities of Assyrian merchants in their territories. Negotiations between the kings or sub-kings and the colonies in their vicinity necessitated the participation of the central colony administration at Kanesh. Occasionally, a local ruler required a reminder of this, as evidenced by a letter from the officials of the Kerum in Wasusana. This correspondence addressed the colony's request from the Ruba at Washania, which was nearby. The Ruba had communicated his ascension to his father's throne and expressed a desire to renew a treaty with the merchants at Wasusana. He was apprised of the appropriate procedure to be adhered to. We responded, "The Ka-Rum at Kanesh is our superior. We will dispatch a letter permitting them to communicate directly with you or via us. 2 individuals from the Land 33 will approach you, and they can administer the oath. It is now your prerogative. Please send your directives here. We have allocated our messengers an allowance of 20 minas of copper." We have allocated our messengers an allowance of 20 minas of copper. While the reading and interpretation of this letter remain ambiguous, it is evident that the colony officials at Wasusana required the authority to engage directly with the new king, at least initially. Kanesh, who would dispatch 2 envoys to negotiate the treaty renewal, needed to assume control. What attractions did Anatolia present for Assyrian mercantile enterprises? A stable political environment was likely a significant factor. During the initial colonization phase, local rulers maintained relatively amicable relations, and their governance was adequate to assure foreign merchants of secure and lucrative trading opportunities. As evidenced by various documents, Assyrian merchants were acutely aware of such conditions and reluctant to trade within unstable regions. For the Assyrian colonists, central Anatolia provided the allure of numerous well-established urban centers within a framework of coherent political structures that facilitated profitable commercial activities throughout the area. The overall success of the enterprise primarily depended on the mutual availability of exportable goods that were in high demand by both parties. The Assyrians exported woolen textiles and a metal known as anukum to Anatolia. It is now understood that this metal, previously thought to denote lead in Assyrian, was actually referred to as tin. The Anatolian communities likely relied heavily, if not entirely, on imported tin for bronze production. During this period, Assyria was the sole viable supplier for the central and eastern Anatolian regions. The Assyrians may have sourced the metal from the mountains of southwest Iran, ancient Elam, where traders transported it to Ashur. Historical records indicate the importation of approximately 80 tons of tin over 50 years, sufficient for producing around 800 tons of bronze. The manufacturers produced textiles in pieces, approximately 4 square meters each. Assyria contributed some textiles, while Babylonia accounted for the majority. They were distinguished by the quality of their wine, particularly in comparison to that produced locally in Anatolia. Correspondence between merchants stationed in the colonies and their female relatives or business associates in Ashur contains precise instructions regarding the manufacturing process and the dimensions of textiles to be dispatched to Anatolia. Our most informative source in this regard is a letter from Puzur Ashur, an Assyrian merchant residing in Anatolia, to Wakartum, a woman in the Assyrian capital, Ashur. Puzur Ashur proclaims, "Communicate to Wakartum. 1 mina of silver, inclusive of tax and customs, and Ashur-idi is delivering it under my seal. The textile you dispatched must persist in production and be forwarded to me with Ashur-idi. In exchange, I shall remit 1 mina of silver to you. Permit them to groom one side of the fabric, ensuring not to shear it. The weave must be tight. Compared to the prior textile you provided, incorporate an additional mina of wool into each piece while maintaining their slenderness. It is advisable to delicately brush the opposite side. If it retains a fuzzy texture, it should be sheared like a kutanum, a specific variety of linen cloth. Despite its deficiency in tin, Anatolia possessed abundant deposits of various metals, notably copper, silver, and gold. This allure drew Assyrian merchants who transported tin and textiles to Anatolia in exchange for its metals, particularly silver and gold. They augmented their import activities with domestic commerce, trading wool, woolen fabrics, and copper within local communities to procure silver and gold for their return to Ashur. A loan and credit system was extensively utilized in the communities of eastern Anatolia during the colonial period. Interest rates were exorbitant, ranging from 30% to 180%. There were numerous instances when debtors could not repay the principal loan at harvest time, particularly following a calamitous year, or even fulfill interest obligations. The failure to repay debts was a significant conflict between debtors and creditors. A debtor might be compelled to sell a family member or even his entire family to settle a debt. In certain instances, the local monarch addressed indebtedness issues by issuing a decree that annulled all debts. Consequently, a creditor often sought to safeguard at least a portion of his original loan in the event such a decree was enacted. Salmu and Iskunanika, along with his wife Ispunasu and Kiri, owe Peruwa 21 sacks of grain, comprised equally of wheat and barley, and 15 shekels of silver. They will repay the silver and grain at harvest time and transport the grain to the village of Hailawakuwa. The grain will be measured using Peruwa's measuring pot. Their family's joint guarantee secures both the silver and the grain. Before this, the obligations were acknowledged by Kakria, Idi S, Suin, and Ili E. Dinasu. Should the king annul the debt, I will receive my grain. The efficient use of advantageous trade connections between Assyria and Anatolia necessitated extensive and intricate organizations. Anatolian society could acquire and utilize vast quantities of expensive textiles and process substantial amounts of tin for the essential bronze industry. The Anatolian palaces executed complex clearance operations for Assyrian imports and ensured an adequate transfer of payments with the But Karim. The Assyrian system encompassed the establishment and governance of colonies, the formation of boards to resolve trade disputes, the maintenance of close relations with the Assyrian capital, Ashur, the negotiation of commercial treaties with local Anatolian rulers, and the funding of commercial ventures. The Assyrian state maintained a degree of oversight over trade operations and the governance of colonies through the Bta Lim, meaning city house. A prosperous Assyrian entrepreneur or investor, referred to as Ummianum in the texts, financed and frequently managed these trading ventures. He could function as an independent exporter-importer or collaborate with other entrepreneurs in a consortium. He often set up branch offices in the colonies, typically overseen by younger male relatives for extended durations, sometimes until the principal business owner in Ashur retired or passed away. Nonetheless, some Assyrians chose to permanently reside in Anatolia, establishing or relocating their families there, often bringing their wives or prospective spouses from Ashur or marrying local Anatolian women. Typically, the Ummianum delegated the management of his trading activities to a tamkarum, an agent tasked with overseeing his operations in Anatolia, including the sale of goods, the determination of sales locations, and all interactions with Anatolian clients. However, the most burdensome duties generally fell to the kasaru, transporters employed as caravan personnel responsible for transporting goods to Anatolia and Anatolia to Assyria, ensuring the caravans reached their destinations. They bore full responsibility for payments during transit. They spent nearly their entire lives as commercial travelers, except for 4 winter months each year when all trading activities halted. In exchange for their services, they seemingly received interest-free loans or working capital, allowing them to procure merchandise for sale in Anatolia or during transit. An average-sized caravan typically included 200 to 250 animals, with each donkey transporting approximately 130 minas, approximately 65 kilograms, of tin, 60 minas of textiles, typically consisting of 25 to 6 pieces, or a combination of both of the two. They carried the merchandise in 2 packs slung on either side, along with a top or saddle pack. As a rule, the side packs were not to be opened during the journey, but the top pack was probably accessible and contained such items as food, animal fodder, the traveler's private possessions, and what is referred to as loose tin, in contrast to sealed tin. Every town of significant size through which the caravan traveled in Mesopotamia, northern Syria, and Anatolia demanded tolls and levies. The administration levied a nishatum, a zat rate of 5% on textiles and 3% on the tin when the caravan passed through the territory of the various administrative centers. The palace had the authority to purchase up to 10% of a textile consignment before its clearance for open market sale. The palace also monopolized rare luxury items like meteoritic iron. In return for these privileges, the palace gave the merchants important guarantees relating, for example, to residential rights and promises of protection when traveling in areas within the palace's jurisdiction. The merchants faced additional taxes from their own people, such as an export tax when they left Ashur, and possibly a levy on goods imposed by the colony's administration to cover general administration expenses and storage costs. Once the merchant cleared all these taxes and tolls, he had to sell his produce. Tin was much easier to dispose of, and presumably the merchant discharged his cargo at one of the metallurgical centers. Textiles involved more effort. The merchant may have had to hawk them around and sell them individually or in small quantities. Additionally, the transportation costs of textiles were significantly higher, requiring more than twice the number of donkeys for their equivalent weight in tin. This explains why the gross profit on textiles was twice that of tin. Gross profits from the merchants' trading activities were high, approximately 100% on tin and 200% on textiles. Understandably so. The initiative and enterprise in these commercial ventures seem to have been all on the merchants' side. They were responsible for organizing and operating the system and appeared to bear all the associated risks. Furthermore, the long, difficult, and often hazardous treks from Assyria to Anatolia, and the succession of tolls, levies, and taxes imposed by their own officials in the colonies and the local Anatolian authorities significantly reduced their profit margins. 63. Undoubtedly, there was much incentive to find ways to avoid these outlays. One way of doing so was bypassing the towns that imposed the tolls by leaving the main highway and traveling along a side road, the Haran Sukinim, literally, the narrow track. 64. However, this could pose a risk, partially due to the possibility of brigands infesting these tracks and their potential to distance the caravans from food and water. Therefore, the merchants exercised caution when they ventured off the beaten track, as demonstrated in a letter from Buzazu to his business associate Puzur Ashur. Let them continue their journey to Timilkia to reach my merchandise. If the narrow track proves safe, they should bring my high-quality tin and textiles, which he has brought from across the country, to me via a caravan. However, if the narrow track proves unsuitable, they should transport the tin to Harama. Either the native inhabitants of Hurama can bring all the tin in quantities of 1 talent each into the town, or they can prepare packets of 10 or 15 minas each, which the caravan personnel can then bring under their loincloths. They should only bring another talent into the town once they safely deliver the first one. You should send me some tin each time the first caravan leaves, after it arrives safely in town. As the letter indicates, an alternative method of avoiding tolls and levies was to convey the goods secretly through a town without the knowledge of the local authorities. However, Puzur-Ashur cautioned another of his business associates that smuggling was risky, as it could result in confiscating an entire consignment of merchandise and imprisonment for the offenders. Ira's son attempted to smuggle goods to Pushuken, but the palace intercepted them and imprisoned Pushuken. The guards are strong. The queen has dispatched messages to Luhusadia, Hurama, Salasuwa 65, and her own country about the smuggling, and has posted lookouts, or eyes, to monitor the situation. Please do not smuggle anything. Please refrain from smuggling anything. Smuggling of valuable items out of Anatolia also sometimes occurs, such as the illegal export of rare and precious meteoritic iron. The merchants had to be careful to avoid conflict with the local administrations. And in cases where merchants violated their agreements with them, the latter were prompt to take swift and severe action, including imprisonment of the merchants and confiscation of their silver and gold. One important consequence of the Assyrians' trading enterprises in Anatolia was that it almost certainly encouraged a greater sense of territorial consciousness amongst the local rulers. There were important practical considerations involved in the clear definition of territorial boundaries, both of the individual towns through which the merchants passed and of the kingdoms to which these towns belonged. The boundaries determined which local administration had jurisdiction over the merchants at a particular stage on their journey, and therefore the right to the various tolls and levies imposed upon them. Furthermore, the system's effective operation necessitated a high degree of cooperation among the various authorities, through whose lands the merchants passed on matters such as keeping the roads free, that is, ensuring the safety of the merchants' routes against the dangers that vulnerable commercial caravans faced. The merchants were particularly sensitive to this matter. I hear that they freed the road. If they really freed the road, bring me my merchandise here. Let me rise and proceed there. The routes taken by the merchants provided a regular communication network throughout central Anatolia. For this and other reasons, the merchant system must have encouraged closer and more frequent contact between kingdoms in the colonies' regions. Yet by bringing these kingdoms into closer contact, and by bringing into sharper focus the importance of territorial control from both a commercial and a political viewpoint, the Assyrian colony system helped create grounds for dispute amongst and within the kingdoms. These included conflicting claims over border territories, increasing inducements for a king to seek to expand his own territory at the expense of his neighbors, and the incentives for a vassal ruler to break away from his overlord and establish himself as an independent ruler in his own right. By the end of the first phase of the colony period, represented archaeologically by Level 2 at Kanesh, there is evidence of increasing disturbances and open conflict in the regions where the colonies were located. Thus, troubles in the south forced the merchant Idi Ishtar to postpone visiting Wasusana, where he was supposed to arrange to dispatch a consignment of copper in storage. He wrote to his colleague Ashur Nada with the news, "I have not gone to Wasusana, for there is revolt in the land of Burushatum and Wasusana." The destruction of the city of Nessa Kanesh in the second half of the 19th century provides the most dramatic evidence of conflict among the Anatolian kingdoms. Who or what was responsible for its destruction? Uhna, The ruler of the northern kingdom of Zalpa attacked, conquered, and looted the kingdom of Nesa, possibly in collaboration with the king of Hatti, according to a text commonly known as the Anita inscription. The archaeological record may attest to the city's destruction due to this conquest. If so, we can only speculate on the reasons for its attack and destruction. Nesa could have incited hostilities by exploiting its central position in the Assyrian merchant system, potentially by blocking or threatening to block the routes that led to the northern Anatolian kingdoms. In all events, the Assyrians may have ceased or severely curtailed their trading operations in Anatolia with the destruction of the colony network until several decades later, when they resettled Nisa, Level Ibe, under more stable conditions. But in the intervening years, another kingdom had come to prominence south of the Kizil-Irmak River, probably in the mountainous area to the southeast of Nisa, the kingdom of Mama. Tensions between Nesa Kanesh's king, Inar, and a man named Anum-Hirbi, ruler of Mama's vast and prosperous kingdom, escalated within a few years of the resettlement. These tensions appear to have culminated in Inar's invasion of Mama's territory. Afterwards, the two kings restored peace and concluded a treaty. Yet the peace remained precarious, and in the reign of Inar's son and successor, Warsama, hostilities flared once more. On this occasion, the instigator was the man of Taisama, one of Warsama's vassal rulers, who had crossed into Mama on his own initiative and attacked and destroyed several of its towns. Anum-Hirbi wrote to the king of Kanesh, complaining bitterly of his vassal's conduct and urging Warsama to keep him under control in the future. Anum-Hirbi, the king of Mama, says, "Tell Warsama, the king of Kanesh, you have written to me. The man of Taisama is my slave. I shall keep watch over him. But will you watch the man of Sibuha, your slave? Since the man of Taisama is your slave, why does he argue with other princes? Does the man of Sibuha, my dog, quarrel with other princes? Will a king from Taisama join us as our third ruler? When my enemy conquered me, the man of Taisama invaded my country, destroyed 12 of my cities, and took away their cattle and sheep. He said, 'The king is dead, so I have taken my fowler's snare.' Instead of protecting my country and giving me heart, he not only burned it up but created evil-smelling smoke. While your father Inar was laying siege for 9 years to the city of Harsamena, did my people invade your land? And did they kill a single ox or sheep?" Warsama agreed to keep his vassal ruler under control, but sought a similar assurance from Anum-Hirbi about the latter's wayward vassal, the man of Sibuha. Anum-Hirbi's letter suggests that both kings were eager to re-establish peaceful relations and renew the previous treaty. You wrote to me as follows, "Let us take an oath." Is the former oath insufficient? Let your messenger come to me, and let my messenger come regularly to you. Reopening the normal communication routes between the two kingdoms was likely Warsama's primary motivation for renewing diplomatic relations. Today, you wrote to me as follows, "Why do you not free the road for me? I will free the road." Disruption of these routes must have had serious commercial implications for Nesa, particularly regarding the Assyrian trading operations. Thus, peace was probably restored between the two kingdoms, for the time being. The dynasty of Pithana. It may have been under the rule of Warsama's father, Inar, that Nesa Kanesh again rose to prominence, as attested by the remains of Level Ib. However, the Ib period seems to have been one of continuing instability. Anum-Hirbi talks about conflicts and disputes that may have led to gradually breaking up the older kingdoms into smaller units. This complicated Anatolia's political scene and increased the chances of ongoing conflicts and disputes over borders and territorial rights. A fragmented text, seemingly indicating a revolt of vassal communities against the king of Hattis A, could signify a similar fragmentation process within the kingdom of Hatti. But then came a dramatic turn of events, one that was to alter quite profoundly the political scene in the region both within and south of the Kızıl-Irmak Basin. With great force, the king of Kusara descended from the town and stormed into Nisa at night. He seized the king of Nisa, but inflicted no harm on its inhabitants. Instead, he made them his mothers and fathers. These lines come from the so-called Anita inscription, a text preserved in fragmentary form in 3 copies, allegedly from an original carved on a stela set up in the gate of the king's city. Although once thought to have been written in Old Assyrian, the original text was probably written in Hittite, Nesite. However, the earliest surviving version of it is a copy, in Hittite, apparently made during the Hittite Old Kingdom some 150 years or more after the original. The inscription deals with the conquests in central Anatolia of 2 kings who were apparently members of a ruling dynasty based originally in a city called Kusara, Pithana, and his son Anita, the author of the text. We also know the names of these kings from several other early texts, and we can almost certainly assign them to the second phase of the colony period. The city of Kusara probably lay to the southeast of the Kızıl-Irmak Basin in the anti-Taurus region, on or near one of the main trade routes from Assyria, and perhaps in the vicinity of the modern Sar, Comana, Cappadocia. Several scholars have drawn attention to Pithana's statement that on his conquest of Nessa, he avoided harming the city's inhabitants, but made them his mothers and fathers. This statement is unique in cuneiform literature. Is it purely symbolic, or does it have a more literal meaning? If interpreted literally, it could suggest genuine ethnic connections between the Kusaran dynasty and the predominantly Indo-European Nessa population, or, more broadly, close ethnic affinities between the populations of Nessa and Kusara. However, this interpretation may oversimplify the statement. The main intention of the statement might have been to portray a benevolent ruler who was determined to win the goodwill of those under his rule. He wished them to see themselves as his kinsfolk rather than as the subjects of an alien despot. The image belongs to the language of diplomacy, or propaganda. It need not reflect literal truth. We have no firm grounds for assuming that Pithana sought to identify himself as the champion of an Indo-European ethnic group, or that the conflicts in which he and his son Anita engaged reflect a struggle for political and military supremacy between 2 ethnic groups, Hattian and Indo-European. Based on their names alone, we do not know what the ethnic origins of Pithana and Anita were. And by the early 2nd millennium, after several or more centuries of Indo-European settlement in Anatolia and intermingling with other groups, the consciousness of ethnic differences may have largely disappeared, at least in a socio-political sense. There was no doubt a continuing awareness of basic cultural differences between various population groups or subgroups, particularly if they continued to speak different languages. However, it is most unlikely that these differences led to competition and conflict between the Anatolian kingdoms during the colonial period. After Pithana's conquest, Nisa became the new seat of the Kusaran dynasty. The discovery in 1954 of an inscribed dagger in the debris of a large building on the mound at Kultepe seemed to confirm the establishment of Nessa as the Kusaran dynasty's royal seat. The dagger bore the inscription Ugal Anita Ruba, Im, the property of the palace of Anita, the king. 85. Was the building where the discovery took place Anita's palace? The dagger's evidence alone could suggest that this was the king's regional residence. However, it and other written evidence prove that the mound building was Anita's palace. Pithana's conquest of Nessa and the relocation of his power seat were undoubtedly motivated by important strategic considerations. With Nessa as their base, Pithana and Anita were well within military striking range of the Anatolian kingdoms lying within the Kızıl-Irmak Basin, and south of it in the region later known as the Lower Land. Given the extensive military operations that Anita subsequently undertook both north and south of the Kızıl-Irmak, the conquest of Nesa may well have been the first step in a campaign designed to bring the whole region beneath the sway of the Kusaran dynasty. A further incentive for Pithana's conquest of Nesa was that the merchant colony attached to the city was the administrative and distribution center of Anatolia's entire Assyrian colony network. Of course, the merchant colonies enjoyed considerable independence in their commercial operations. However, as we have seen, they were nonetheless subject to the overall administrative and judicial control of the local administrations in the regions in which they lay. That applied to the Karum at Kanesh as well. Jurisdiction over the merchant network's headquarters must have offered several significant strategic advantages to the local ruler. An ambitious, enterprising, and ruthless king might well seize upon and exploit these at the expense of his neighbors. In this context, we need to do no more than recall that one of the chief commodities imported by the Assyrians for distribution in Anatolia was tin, which was essential in producing bronze weaponry. Pithana's conquest of Nesa was the prelude to campaigns against the kingdoms that lay to the north. His campaigns were continued by his son Anita, apparently with devastating success, from Zalpa, Zalpua, in or near the Pontic zone through the kingdom of Hatti to the southern end of the Kızıl-Irmak. By the end of his first series of campaigns, Anita had subdued all the lands within or near the Kızıl-Irmak basin, from Zalpa in the far north to Ulama in the south. But his successes did not go unchallenged. Subsequently, he faced a military alliance of states stretching southward from Zalpa, with Piusti, the king of Hatti, and Huzziya, the king of Zalpa, playing leading roles. Anita responded by attacking Zalpa, conquering it, and bringing its king, Huzziya, back to Nisa in captivity. He then placed the city of Hattis under siege, and when hunger weakened its population, he took it in a night assault and destroyed it. 86. He declared its site accursed. On its site I sowed weeds. May the storm god strike down anyone who becomes king after me and resettles Hattusa. Anita inscription 48-51. We shall have occasion to recall these words. Anita now turned his attention southwards. His immediate military objective was the subjugation of the city of Salatiwara, which lay on the road connecting the kingdoms of Wasusana and Burushatum. It required 2 campaigns to complete its conquest. In the west, Anita defeated the troops who had marched from the city to meet him and carried them off as prisoners to Nesa. After returning to Nisa, he dedicated time from his military pursuits to an ambitious building program, fortifying his city and constructing several temples dedicated to the spoils of battle. He also marked the occasion by bringing a large and varied assortment of animals to the city: 2 lions, 70 wild pigs, and 120 other beasts, including leopards, deer, and wild goats. But once more, Salatiwara rose against him. Once again, Anita took the Weld. He stormed the city and set it ablaze, determined to end its resistance forever. The local king either removed large quantities of silver and gold from the burning city for safekeeping, or Anita took them as conquest spoils. In the latter phase of his documented expeditions, Anita advanced against the kingdom of Purushanda, referred to as Burushatum in commercial documents. Purushanda is referenced in the King of the Battle myth, whereby the Akkadian king Sargon initiated a campaign to the area following a request from the city's merchants. Consequently, Purushanda may have emerged as one of the westernmost regions of Naram Sin's dominion, the grandson of Sargon. During the colonial period, and perhaps for several years preceding it, Purushanda was recognized as one of the principal independent kingdoms of central and eastern Anatolia. The significance of its status is evident in the title of its sovereign. Ruba Rabium Great King, a designation assumed by Anita himself, which is more formidable than that held by the ruler of Ashur, who was referred to as Ruba King. According to his title, the Great King of Purushanda governed an extensive territory encompassing numerous communities, principalities, and minor kingdoms, establishing himself as an equal and possible adversary to the Great King of Nessa. This was certainly one of the principal causes of Anita's campaign against him. Upon Anita's entry into his domain, the Purushandan king showed no inclination for conflict, instead approaching his adversary with offerings of submission. Upon entering battle, the man of Purushanda gave me a throne and a scepter crafted from iron. Upon returning to Nisa, I brought the man of Purushanda. Upon his entrance into the chamber, that individual will take a seat before me on the right. Anita, inscription 73-9. The gifts were a solemn relinquishment of power to Anita and an acknowledgement of his supremacy over all lands previously under Purushanda's dominion. Anita returned the Purushandan king to Nessa, where he granted him a distinguished rank, possibly as a reward for his voluntary submission and in recognition of his recently held high status. He may have reinstated the Purushandan as a vassal king in the regions where he previously reigned as an independent monarch, or established him as a vassal ruler in other territories now under Nisa's dominion. Both possibilities exemplify subsequent Hittite practices. The emergence of the Kusaran dynasts in Nessa significantly transformed the political dynamics of eastern Anatolia during the latter stages of the Assyrian colonial period. The conquests of Pithana and Anita led to a comprehensive, united governmental entity that included the entire Kizil-Irmak basin extending north to the Pontic region and the area south of the Kizil-Irmak to Purushanda. Nessa served as the central element of this building. Anita nominated and subjugated local rulers under direct supervision, thereby dismantling the previous kingdoms, as exemplified by Hatti, or terminating their status as independent entities. The consequences of Anita's victories. The Kusaran dynasty's dominance over a significant portion of eastern Anatolia was notably ephemeral. The colonies probably ceased to exist within a generation following Anita's conquests. Conflicts among the Anatolian kingdoms have intensified and proliferated throughout the second period of the colony's existence. This age's significantly diminished quantity of tablets may indicate the effects on commercial activities and diplomatic relations between Assyrians and Anatolians. We have seen the merchants' vulnerability to unstable conditions in their trading regions. Ironically, the conquests of Pithana and Anita, which temporarily established a tenuous unity in the area surrounding the Kizil-Irmak basin, may have ultimately precipitated the disintegration of the Anatolian kingdoms and the cessation of the Assyrian commercial ventures that significantly contributed to the region's prosperity. Despite the increasingly tumultuous political environment, the era of the Assyrian colonies was undoubtedly one of the most enlightened in the history of the ancient Near East. The merchant system elucidated by the tablets had significant intricacy and sophistication, presaging numerous contemporary international trade and economic practices. The system prominently showed a spirit of worldwide cooperation. With rare exceptions, the interactions between the Assyrians and the Anatolian groups and kingdoms they engaged with have been notably cordial. Evidence of such constructive and mutually beneficial interactions among the peoples of the ancient Near Eastern world is hardly found before or after this period. Following the colonial era, Anatolia's geopolitical landscape underwent significant transformation. From the remnants of Anita's empire arose a new power destined to exert a more significant and enduring influence on the Anatolian landscape, the late Bronze Age kingdom of the Hittites, three territories and initial adversaries of Hatti. Reconstructing a cartographic representation of the Hittite civilization. The Hittite cuneiform tablets and hieroglyphic inscriptions furnish numerous toponyms encompassing the designations of nations, kingdoms, cities, rivers, and mountains constituting the Hittite realm. Regrettably, we cannot attribute numerous names to particular locations or areas. Certain sites may have experienced complete devastation during the upheavals after the Bronze Age. Others may be concealed behind sedimentary layers or the foundations of subsequent towns and cities. Excavated Bronze Age sites, upon rediscovery, have yet to produce written documents or additional information regarding their identities. To ascertain their identity, we must predominantly depend on information from other texts. In reconstructing a map of the Hittite world, some scholars have employed a homonymic, or more precisely, homophonic approach, assigning Bronze Age place names to sites or regions with similar names in subsequent periods. Scholars have long contended that Lycia, a territory in southwestern Anatolia designated by the Greeks in the first millennium BC, was incorporated inside the region referred to as Luca, or the Luca lands, during the Late Bronze Age. Numerous cities in Lycia have names originating from the Bronze Age, including Arna, referred to by the Greeks as Aexanthos, Pinara, Tlawa, Greek Telos, Oenoanda, and Candiba. Given that communities bearing Bronze Age names, Awarna, Pina, Dalawa, Oenoanda, and Hinduwa, are situated in or near the Luca region, it is plausible to consider them as antecedent establishments at the locations of the subsequent Lycian cities. This identifying method poses multiple issues. For example, ascertaining if a presumed etymological connection between two phonetically similar names is authentic or merely superficial and coincidental, a phenomenon termed cling-clang etymology. Even if we can definitively demonstrate such a connection, we must also acknowledge that other concurrent locations or localities often bore the same name. Examples include two Bronze Age Pahuas, two Zalpas, at least two Arinas, several Oenoandas, and at least two Uras. In certain cases, this duplication likely resulted from population migrations, groups relocating from one area to another and designating their new towns after their previous ones. This was undoubtedly a significant characteristic of the closing decades of the Hittite monarchy and the subsequent period following its fall. Consequently, the presence of a later city bearing a name of unequivocal Bronze Age origin does not inherently imply that it was the site of a Bronze Age city sharing that designation. In specific cases, homonyms or homophones may notably distinguish Bronze Age settlements, as is probable with the Lycian cities. Nevertheless, determining the locations of the cities and territories of the Hittite kingdom cannot rely exclusively on them. Our objective necessitates examining the texts for more information. Particularly significant texts include itineraries of a king's religious pilgrimages to cult centers, lists of staging posts for military campaigns, definitions of boundaries between neighboring vassal states, or between Hittite, subject territory, and foreign realms, references to coastal countries, and mentions of topographical features such as mountains or rivers. In principle, all such knowledge aids in constructing an understanding of the geopolitical landscape of the Hittite realm. Diverse interpretations of the available facts can result in differing results. A scholar has adopted a skeptical perspective on the process, derisively labeling it as the guessing game known as Hittite geography. Scholarship on the political geography of the Hittite world is fraught with difficulties. Proposals based purely on textual data remain hypothetical unless confirmed by the archaeologist. Nonetheless, continuous archaeological findings, including novel textual analyses, deciphering previously enigmatic rock inscriptions, and updated interpretations of data from various clay and stone inscriptions, primarily account for the consistent advancement. Due to extensive study conducted over several decades, we can offer accurate or somewhat accurate locations for various cities, states, and areas that comprise the geopolitical landscape of the Hittite realm, as well as approximate positions for many more. Map 3 endeavors to reconstruct the geography of the Hittite realm utilizing the resources presently accessible to us. Several places marked on this map should be considered preliminary and may necessitate change when new information emerges. The regions constituting the Hittite kingdom. During the 14th and 13th centuries, at the zenith of its influence, the Hittite monarchy encompassed extensive Anatolia and northern Syria regions, extending from the Aegean coastline in the west to the Euphrates River in the east. The kingdom comprised four principal components: the Hittite capital, Hattusa, and many provincial administrative centers were situated inside a designated core territory. Territories are subordinate to the core, under the king's or his representatives' direct authority. Vassal states were subordinate to the king, yet governed by local rulers. During the reign of Suppiluliuma I, two viceroy kingdoms arose in northern Syria. The central domain of the kingdom. The principal region of Hatti was situated in the northern portion of central Anatolia, encompassing the bend of the Kizil-Irmak River. During the Greek and Roman periods, the river was referred to as the Halis. The Hittites referred to it as the Marasantia. We will subsequently employ its Hittite designation. During the second millennium, the area delineated by the river emerged as the epicenter of the Hittite civilization, the native territory of the kingdom of Hatti. The principal city was Hattusa, located near the contemporary settlement of Bogvazkois, now referred to as Bogvazkale, serving as the administrative and ceremonial capital of the Hittite kingdom. Despite its ruins, Hattusa remains formidable, having originally covered over 165 hectares at its peak, rendering it one of the largest and most remarkable ancient capitals. It was divided into two primary sections, the lower and upper city. The former, situated in the northern section of the capital, originates from the Old Kingdom. Encircled by a wall, likely during the era of King Hantili II, as mentioned in Chapter 5, it was overshadowed by the royal Acropolis, a substantial rock formation currently referred to as Buyukale, Big Castle. The palace and principal administrative structures of the capital are situated here. To the northwest of the Acropolis was the city's largest and most significant temple, the Temple of the Storm, weather god. During the 13th century, the city had a comprehensive construction initiative involving renovating the palace complex on the Acropolis and significant urban growth to the south. The newly designated territory, encompassing the upper city, doubled the ancient city's size. Recent excavations at Hattusa have focused on this region. The remnants of 26 temples, including those previously uncovered in the upper city during prior digs, have been revealed. The temples, which occupied a significant portion of the new region, underscore the excavators' perception of the sacred and ceremonial nature of the royal capital. The upper city was surrounded by a wall featuring towers at 20-meter intervals, which included 5 gates, the most prominent being the Lion, King's 10, and Sphinx gates. A substantial local populace was essential for the capital's labor force and the diverse support services needed to sustain its administrative, ecclesiastical, and ceremonial operations. Residential areas, predominantly situated outside the city, likely accommodated a significant portion of the population, including the city's artists and artisans. Subsequent excavations may elucidate the true habitation locations of most of Hattusa's service people. Outside the capital, the population of the homeland was distributed amongst a number of settlements, which included regional centers under the authority of administrators or governors, appointees of the king, who were responsible for the administration and security of particular districts of the homeland. Within these districts, communities supervised by councils of elders, whose responsibilities seem to have been largely judicial and religious in nature, and who collaborated closely with the regional administrators. See holy cities, including Nerik, Arina, Samuha, and Zipalanda, which were amongst the most important cult centers of the Hittite world, and the venues for a number of major religious festivals. D. Frontier settlements, which grew out of garrison posts and were extremely important to the security of the kingdom. E. Rural estates, which were in many cases given by the king to members of the Hittite nobility in return for services rendered, particularly in the field of battle. A significant portion of the personnel and animals for these estates was derived from the spoils of wartime conquest. Peripheral regions of the nation. The Marasantia River served as a distinct natural boundary for the homeland, except in the northern and northeastern regions, where no apparent delineation existed between the homeland and neighboring lands. However, the nation did not offer a substantial natural barrier against enemy invasions along its borders. The Marasantia is readily traversable along its 9-15-kilometer length and poses no significant impediment to invading forces. Within the territory, few inherently defensive locations existed against a resolute adversary. Throughout Hittite history, regions of the homeland, especially in the north and northeast, were subjected to hostile occupation. The homeland's susceptibility is evident while evaluating the adversarial and possibly adversarial entities within range. The Kaska tribes, a loose alliance of mountainous kingdoms, resided in the Pontic region to the north, consistently threatening Hittite land. They persistently invaded and occupied it, resulting in extensive devastation in the motherland. The Hurrians, located to the southeast, invaded the eastern borders of Hatti during the reign of Hattusili, Farsis, circa 1650-1620, and persistently posed a threat to Hittite lands and interests in both Anatolia and Syria until the conquests of Suppiluliuma in the 14th century. The Arzawa territories, a collection of nations that became vassal kingdoms of the Hittites during the New Kingdom, were situated to the southwest. The Arzawan people were inconsistent and often insubordinate subjects, eager to seize any chance to sever their allegiance to the Hittite ruler, forge alliances with other monarchs, and invade the Hittite territory from the south. A significant purpose for Hittite territorial expansion was to create buffer zones that protected against foreign aggression, safeguarding the kingdom's core region from direct threats posed by neighboring countries or states. The buffer zones encompassed peripheral regions within the land of Hatti and neighboring countries in proximity to it. These zones were essential to the defense of the motherland. They comprised a northeastern region extends across the territory north and northeast of Hattusa, commencing at the lower reaches of the Marasantia in the west, and concluding in the area referred to as the Upper Land in the northeast. The southeastern region stretches from the easternmost provinces of the homeland to the Hurrian kingdom of Mitanni. Isua occupied a crucial strategic position concerning Hatti and Mitanni in this area. The new kingdom initially affiliated with one of the two kingdoms and subsequently with the other. A southern area stretching from the Marasantia River to the nation of Kitsuwadna in the Taurus and anti-Taurus region, expanding westward through the region referred to as the Lower Land. Kitsuwadna's political affiliations with the Hittites oscillated between Hatti and Mitanni until the latter's land was taken in the early New Kingdom. The land of Hatti annexed the Lower Land in the early Old Kingdom. It established a crucial buffer zone against threats to Hittite territory from the southwest, particularly the Arzawa region. Although these zones were extensions of the Hittite homeland, the territory under the king's dominion fluctuated significantly from one reign to another. Numerous Hittite monarchs implemented strategies to address the persistent issues of each remote realm. A key policy in the north focused on protecting the homeland's core territory by repopulation initiatives in regions that had been previously deserted and, in certain instances, inhabited by the Kaskan people. In the east and southeast, Hittite monarchs endeavored to mitigate the peril of Hurrian incursion into their vassal lands through military and diplomatic initiatives in the states situated at critical strategic junctures between Hittite and Hurrian areas of influence. Hittite forces were stationed in the lower land to the south and southwest for defensive and offensive operations, placing it under the direct command of a military governor. At the zenith of its power, the Hittite kingdom encompassed numerous vassal states beyond its homeland and peripheral lands, spanning Anatolia and northern Syria. The vassal system emerged due to the Hittite military endeavors during the New Kingdom. It reached maximum development with the conquests of Suppiluliuma, Ur, and Mursili II in the 14th century. Vassal states continued to be governed by their own local kings. Treaties meticulously delineated and governed the responsibilities and advantages of vassalage. Essentially, vassal treaties constituted engagements between two individuals, the Hittite monarch and the vassal sovereign, rather than between two kingdoms. They were not reciprocal agreements. The king unilaterally imposed them. The former established their terms and conditions, while the latter, whose appointment was either authorized or sanctioned by the king, accepted them on oath. Upon the ascension of a new Hittite king or vassal ruler, it was imperative to establish a fresh treaty, underscoring the unique character of the agreement. The treaty mandated certain military commitments on the vassal, who pledged to provide military aid from the king if necessary. The treaty occasionally mandated an extra responsibility for the vassal, such as an annual tribute of 300 shekels of gold, assessed according to the Hittite system. A matrimonial connection between a vassal and a princess of the Hittite royal lineage frequently solidified the agreement between the overlord and the vassal. The contract mandated that, in the case of such a marriage, the Hittite princess would occupy a preeminent status over the vassal's other spouses or concubines, and succession to the vassal throne was required to follow the princess's lineage. The vassal was required to vow fealty to the current king and commit to supporting his rightful successors. A usurper of the Hittite throne automatically absolved the vassal of his treaty commitments. However, he may be compelled to reinstate the genuine king to his position. The treaty ensured the vassal's sovereignty over his kingdom and that of his rightful heirs in his direct lineage in return for his loyalty and fulfilling responsibilities. In certain instances, local rulers bound by treaty to the Hittite king possessed quirwana, occasionally interpreted as protectorate status. This pertained to the Arzawa territory's monarchs before their subjugation as vassals, as well as to the rulers of Kizuwadna and Mitanni, the latter following the Hittite conquest of Mitanni in the 14th century. In principle, they were autonomous sovereigns, allies rather than subordinates of Hatti, and their status was elevated compared to that of a vassal ruler, as ceremonially recognized at their annual homage to the Hittite monarch in Hattusa. Despite enjoying specific privileges like immunity from tribute, the authority to annex conquered lands in some instances, and the capacity to engage in bilateral contracts with the Hittite monarch, their autonomy was little greater than that of the subordinate kings. The Hittite ruler meticulously regulated all interactions with other subjects, Hatti allies, or other nations, prohibiting them from pursuing an autonomous foreign policy. The treaties aimed to achieve the political and military isolation of vassal states. Consequently, the articles prohibited the vassal ruler from establishing autonomous contacts with foreign powers or engaging in independent political or military interactions with the rulers of other vassal states. Hattusa served as the channel for all such transactions. The Hittite monarch evidently prioritized the reduction, if not the total prevention, of anti-Hittite coalitions, which represented the most significant threat to the Hittites in the West. Hittite monarchs placed significant emphasis on the issue of political fugitives. Prominent political dissidents often evaded their authority and re-emerged in a foreign country, seeking the local ruler's consent to reside there. In nearly all instances, their master unequivocally insisted on their extradition, and if the local sovereign declined, he was ready to engage in warfare to secure it. What was the efficacy of the treaties in sustaining Hittite dominion over the subordinate territories? Deceitful conduct by disloyal vassal rulers and insurrections in vassal nations that ousted their pro-Hittite leaders consistently troubled Hittite kings, indicating that the efficacy of the treaties was constrained and ephemeral. They were crucial to Hittite dominance and authority beyond their country. They facilitated temporary stability in various areas of the Hittite state, while the monarch allocated his resources to locations necessitating more immediate and direct intervention. Suppiluliumadrine's establishment of stability in Syria via a network of vassal rulers and the formation of two viceregal kingdoms permitted his son and second successor, Mursili II, to allocate his resources primarily towards the extensive conquest of the Arzawa territories during the pivotal early years of his reign. The vassal contracts established by Mursili following these victories likely significantly enhanced the stability in western Anatolia, which defined the remainder of his reign. Moreover, although the accords exhibit significant repetition and formulaic elements, a detailed analysis frequently needs to include more meticulous customization to specific conditions and substantial political acumen. The king and his advisors demonstrated a profound comprehension of local matters, an acute awareness of particular issues within the vassal state's territory, and an extensive familiarity with the region's history in their historical preambles, all while adeptly utilizing these elements to benefit the Hittite kings. Considering the extensive and intricate array of states that the Hittite monarchs frequently managed concurrently, this was a significant accomplishment. Although local vassals governed the majority of Hittite subject states beyond the homeland, Suppiluliumadrine implemented a notable administrative reform in the Syrian region during the 14th century. He founded two vice-regal kingdoms, one in Aleppo and the other in Carchemish along the Euphrates. He designated two sons, Telepinu and Piasili, later known as Sharikushu, to the vice-regal positions. Subsequently, these kingdoms remained under the direct governance of the Hittite royal line. They continued to serve as significant centers of Hittite civilization for several centuries following the disintegration of the central dynasty in Anatolia after the Bronze Age. Tarsus, in southern Anatolia, briefly functioned as a quasi-viceregal kingdom. In the 13th century, it was placed under the direct jurisdiction of a nephew of the Hittite monarch, whose appointment was acknowledged as comparable in status to that of the viceroys at Aleppo and Carchemish. The Hittite kingdom encountered formidable adversaries from its inception, frequently pushing it to the verge of complete annihilation. The Kaska tribes from the Pontic region have historically threatened, assaulted, and occasionally occupied the northern provinces of the motherland. We have also mentioned two additional groups that significantly contributed to this history. The Luwians in the west and southwest, likely in south-central Anatolia, and the Hurrians in the southeast. In the initial 3 centuries of their monarchy, the Luwians and Hurrians posed significant challenges to the Hittites in their quest for dominance as the preeminent political and military authority in the Near East. Considering the intricate connection of their history with that of the Hittites, we can succinctly outline their background and evolution, political structure, geographical distribution, and scope of the territories they inhabited or aimed to dominate, as well as the interests and ambitions that led to their conflict with the land of Hatti. By the early 2nd millennium, an Indo-European population known as the Luwians had inhabited vast regions of western Anatolia. During the initial half of the millennium, a considerable area of western Anatolia was referred to as Luwia. Nonetheless, individuals have utilized the term in a general ethno-geographical context without significant political implications. Despite Luwia and Arzawa not being contiguous, the populace had embraced an alternative designation for the area, Arzawa, by the midpoint of the millennium. During the Hittite New Kingdom, the term Arzawa referred to multiple Hittite vassal states, collectively known as the Arzawa lands in western and southern Anatolia. Arzawa, a kingdom, constituted the nucleus of these territories. Academics may designate it as Arzawa Minor to differentiate it from other regions of the Arzawa complex. Multiple authors recognize 4 further Western kingdoms as constituents of this complex: Mira Kuwalia, Seha River Land, Hapala, and Wilusa. 25. During the 14th and 15th centuries, confederacies in the Arzawa region seemingly coalesced for distinct military objectives on multiple occasions. The monarch of Arzawa Minor occasionally assumed a primus inter pares position among the diverse chiefs and rulers of the Arzawa territories. However, there is no evidence that these territories ever constituted a unified, politically coherent kingdom governed by a singular monarch. Arzawa posed a significant military danger to the Hittite kingdom, and in the 14th century, successfully launched a substantial invasion of Hittite lands south of the Marasantia River. Amenhotep III, the pharaoh of Egypt, regarded Arzawa as the preeminent force in the Anatolian region during the Hittite kingdom's most troubled period before its ultimate demise. Despite Arzawa likely being the most extensive and populated area of Luwian habitation in Anatolia, Luwian speakers disseminated well beyond its borders. The migrations that resulted in their establishment in western Anatolia persisted into the 2nd millennium. By the midpoint of the millennium, Luwian-speaking populations had settled extensively throughout the southern coast of Anatolia, spanning from the area subsequently identified as Lycia in the west to Cilicia and the Bronze Age territory of Kidzuwadna in the east. The Luca people were a significant subset of the Luwians, with notable mentions in Bronze Age writings. The term Luca, or Luca lands, denotes a territory that spans from the western extremity of Pamphylia through Lycaonia, Pisidia, and Lycia, as identified by later Greco-Roman nomenclature. Luca was never, in any respect, a structured political body. No known monarchs of Luca, no treaties of vassalage between Luca and the Hittite king, and no individual or city could represent Luca collectively. The term Luca referred not to a state with a distinct governmental structure, but to a collection of autonomous villages sharing strong ethnic links within a vaguely delineated geographical region. The central Luca region, referred to as the Luca homeland, undoubtedly existed. However, it is plausible that diverse segments of the Luca population dispersed extensively across southern and western Anatolia, with some individuals establishing temporary or permanent residences in politically organized states. The singer's characterization of the Luca people as the Habiru of Anatolia is highly appropriate. The Luca people intermittently functioned as subjects of the Hittite ruler during the Hittite kingdom. They remained under nominal Hittite dominion for the majority of this period. This was partially attributable to their incapacity to operate as a cohesive political or administrative unit, in contrast to the subjects of a vassal country. However, it was likely predominantly attributable to the individual's characteristics. The Hittite scriptures depict a contentious and rebellious populace resistant to Hittite power. They appear to have been seasoned mariners who conducted piratical incursions on coastal cities in the eastern Mediterranean. The Bronze Age Luca people were likely a significant ethnic group established in southwest Anatolia, known as Lycia by the Greeks, by the early 1st millennium, and originally part of the Luca lands. The Greek mythological narrative prominently highlighted the Lycians, whose language closely resembles Bronze Age Luwian, as the principal allies of Troy in the Trojan War. The Hurrians are among the most dynamic social, cultural, and political entities in the Near East from the late 3rd millennium onward. In a comprehensive ethno-linguistic context, the term Hurrian refers to various people groupings whose ancestral territory remains ambiguous. One perspective posits that they originated from the Kura-Araxes region in Transcaucasia. Another perspective, primarily grounded in archaeological evidence, posits a Hurrian homeland in eastern Anatolia during the 3rd millennium. Regardless of the location of their original homeland, a shared language referred to as Hurrian in the texts, along with common onomastic characteristics, provided overall coherence to these groups, facilitating the identification of the regions they later inhabited or interacted with. Even after the Hurrians lost their prominence as a political entity in the Near East, the persistence of certain elements of Hurrian culture, particularly a unique pantheon and religious traditions, demonstrates their influence on these areas. The Hurrian populace, predominantly located in northern Mesopotamia, consolidated into a singular political entity by the conclusion of the 16th century. The mechanism that led to this outcome remains unknown to us. Certain scholars assert that Indo-Aryans from the East, specifically Indo-European groups that emerged in India during the 2nd millennium, may have acted as a catalyst in this process, given that the names of all documented Mitannian kings are of Indo-Aryan origin, rather than Hurrian, as are several names of deities within the Mitannian pantheon. Despite the existence of Indo-Aryan personal and divine names throughout Mitannian society, uncertainties persist regarding the alleged Indo-Aryan identity of the governing elite of the Mitannian kingdom. The dynamics uniting the Hurrian states resulted in the formidable kingdom referred to in Hittite records as Hurri, Mitanni, or Hanigalbat. Their great military strength relied significantly on an elite class of chariot warriors known as the Marianu. The Egyptians and Canaanites designated the kingdom by its West Semitic appellation, Naharina or Naharima. Once established, it swiftly expanded its authority into northern Syria and eastern Anatolia, becoming Hatti's primary competitor for political and military dominance in these areas for the subsequent 2 centuries. In multiple instances, it posed a significant threat to the Hittite heartland. The Hurrians initially emerged in Anatolia as merchants during the Assyrian colonial era, as evidenced by their names in the colonial literature. 39. The infrequency of these names indicates that they reflect the endeavors of a limited cadre of ambitious merchants of Hurrian descent, rather than a substantial Hurrian settlement in the area where the colonies were founded. 40. Northern Syria exhibits a contrasting scenario. The archives of Mari and Alala specifically demonstrate significant Hurrian settlement in the area during the early years of the 2nd millennium, marked by the development of Hurrian colonies, or enclaves at Mari, Alala, and Ebla. Individuals bearing Hurrian names emerged in Aleppo, Carchemish, and Ugarit. The plentiful opportunities the northern Syrian states presented, which required a stable and industrious populace, would have enticed Hurrian immigration in pursuit of employment and land. When the Hittites initiated their initial incursions in the region in the 17th century, a significant Hurrian population existed in northern Syria. Hattusili the Firmwai obliterated Alala, and about 50% of the names recorded in level 7th were Hurrian. The westward migration of Hurrian populations was probably a precursor to the political and military expansion of the Hurrians, i.e. Mitannians, westward across the Euphrates. This finally resulted in intense rivalry with the kingdom of Hatti, which concurrently aimed to extend its authority in the same region. After 2 centuries of struggle, Hatti and Mitanni had triumphs and setbacks before one faction ultimately lost the war irreparably. The Hittites' territorial ambitions and military endeavors in Syria led to interactions and occasionally confrontations with 2 other significant kingdoms aiming to assert dominance over the region's principalities and city-states, the Kingdom of Egypt, and, following the dissolution of Mitanni as an independent entity, the Kingdom of Assyria. In the Late Bronze Age, the network of international relations in the Near East included a third kingdom, Babylonia. Our records confirm regular diplomatic exchanges between the kings of the Babylonian Kassite dynasty and the other great kings of the region. However, the Kassites ascended to prominence in Babylonia after Hammurabi's dynasty. In 1595, there appeared to be no territorial aspirations west of the Euphrates. The Kingdom of Ahiyawa is another state whose kings are included, although temporarily, in the roster of the great kings of the Late Bronze Age. This kingdom played a significant role in the Hittites' interactions and confrontations with the nations of Western Anatolia. It has engendered one of the most often and hotly contested issues in Late Bronze Age studies. What was the location of Ahiyawa? What significance did it hold in the history of the Near East? What was the extent of its influence? What caused its cessation in the region? In the 1920s, Swiss historian Emil Forer asserted that he had identified Homeric Greeks within Hittite manuscripts, evidenced by multiple instances of the place name Ahiyawa in these documents. He contended that Ahiyawa represented the Hittite orthography of the Greek term Achaiwia, an antiquated variant of Achaia. He noted that the Homeric epics often designated the Greeks as Achaeans. Historically, the Achaeans established colonies in areas like the northern Peloponnese, which is referred to as Achaia in Homeric tradition. Scholars have persistently debated the identity of the Ahiyawans and the location of their kingdom since Forer's assertions, suggesting Ahiyawa as an Anatolian monarchy, an island kingdom off the Anatolian coast, such as Rhodes or Cyprus, Thrace, or maybe a mainland Mycenaean Greek kingdom. Many researchers now concur that Ahiyawa likely denoted the Mycenaean realm, or at least a segment. Proponents of this perspective ground their assertions in novel analyses of pertinent Hittite texts and contemporary examinations of the material evidence about Mycenaean interactions with the Anatolian mainland. Although several historians maintain significant misgivings regarding the Ahiyawa-Mycenaean correlation or dismiss it entirely, the circumstantial evidence supporting it is becoming increasingly compelling. The Hittite monarch Hattusili III unequivocally granted the king of Ahiyawa a position commensurate with that of other prominent Bronze Age sovereigns, including Egypt, Babylonia, and Assyria. Furthermore, Ahiyawa seemingly possessed significant maritime capabilities and maintained strong interactions with the eastern Mediterranean and western Anatolian regions during the final 2 centuries of the Late Bronze Age. We possess ample evidence of Mycenaean activity during this specific region and time frame. Additionally, the archaeological record indicates that the site on the western coast of Anatolia, known as Miletos, during the Greco-Roman periods, experienced significant Mycenaean influence in the late 14th century. Most academics agree that the Hittite records associate Miletos with the region referred to as Milawata, Milawanda. It is clear from these inscriptions that Milawata became a subordinate region of the monarch of Ahiyawa by the early 13th century, corresponding with the increasing Mycenaean influence on Miletos. Should the Ahiyawa-Mycenaean correlation be deemed incorrect, we must acknowledge the existence of 2 distinct Late Bronze Age civilizations with strikingly similar nomenclature influencing the same territory and era. Documentary evidence confirms the existence of the civilization Ahiyawa, although it lacks discernible traces in the archaeological record, whereas the Mycenaean civilization provides ample archaeological evidence, but no identifiable remnants. It is not simple to dismiss this as a mere coincidence. Atarsia, the man of Ahiya, conducted a military campaign on Anatolian territory with infantry and a contingent of 100 chariots, signifying the presence of the Ahiyawans on the Anatolian mainland by the early 14th century. Subsequently, our evidence suggests a growing participation of the Ahiawans in the politics of Western Anatolia, either directly or via local vassals or protégés of the Ahiyawan monarch. This engagement culminated in the initial half of the 13th century. Nevertheless, Ahiyawan's endeavors in Anatolia did not result in the enduring possession of significant areas of Western Anatolian land. This endeavor likely mirrored, albeit on a smaller scale, the strategies employed by prominent late Bronze Age monarchs, particularly the kings of Hatti and Egypt, who aimed to extend and solidify their dominance in the Near East by creating a network of vassal states governed by local rulers. The existence of the Ahiawans in Western Anatolia unavoidably generated tensions and occasionally conflicts with the Hittites, whose dominions extended into the same area. During the 13th century, the Ahiyawan strategy involved supporting notable dissidents or rebels opposing Hittite authority in Western Anatolia, providing them refuge from Hittite control if necessary. They are employed as instruments to expand Ahiyawan's influence into neighboring Anatolian territories. Territorial expansion was not a primary objective or result of the Ahiyawan endeavors in Anatolia. The primary objective of this venture was to obtain resources sought after in the Greek mainland, which Western Anatolia could easily provide. These may have been resources that left minimal or no evidence in the archaeological record, such as enslaved people, horses, and metals. The Linear B tablets indicate that the Mycenaean palace labor armies sourced workers from Western Anatolia. Western Anatolia's metal-rich and equestrian regions likely offered the Ahiyawan monarchs significant motivations for establishing and expanding their regional dominance, chiefly via local intermediaries. 55. If validated, the Ahiyawa-Mycenaean correlation would profoundly influence Mycenaean studies, given that the Mycenaean realm has not produced any historical materials beyond Homeric tradition and the Linear B tablets. Mycenaean scholars often struggled to embrace the concept of a Mycenaean kingdom with considerable political and military engagement in the Near Eastern realm. The equation presents numerous challenges for Mycenaean scholarship. Where was the locus of authority if Ahiyawa was indeed a Mycenaean kingdom? Could it have occurred in Mycenae, the Homeric realm of Agamemnon? Or was it at another prominent location of the Mycenaean civilization? What was the extent of the kingdom? Did it include a confederation of Mycenaean states governed by a singular leader, possibly a primus inter pares as depicted in Homeric tradition? Do the Hittite scriptures confirm the existence of Ahiyawa for 200 years, during which there were changes in the locus of power? We cannot dismiss the potential of other significant Mycenaean centers, such as Orchomenos in Boeotia or Argos in the Peloponnese, as prospective centers of Ahiyawan influence. It is essential to differentiate between the many uses of the term Ahiyawa. Similar to the appellations Huri and Luia in Hittite writings, this broad ethno-geographical classification includes all regions of Mycenaean habitation, both on the Greek mainland and elsewhere. The rulers of Hatti were essential to the Ahiyawan realm. We aim to describe this kingdom more thoroughly, including the areas associated with it as both political and military dependencies. We will revisit these issues as we examine the dynamic landscape of international relations during the Late Bronze Age. The decades following the conclusion of Anita's dominion and the vanishing of the Assyrian trading colonies are surrounded by nearly impenetrable obscurity. Documented accounts terminate, and archaeological evidence on the post-colonial period is nearly absent. Without such evidence, we can only conjecture regarding the cessation of merchant activity and the subsequent events. During the second part of the colonial period, extensive conflicts emerged that impacted all regions in Anatolia where Assyrian merchants engaged in trade. The Nessa-based kingdom of Anita ultimately disintegrated, and Nisa itself likely succumbed to the turmoil instigated mostly by its monarch's bellicose expansionist aspirations. External influences may also have been at play. The Kaska people, who had before invaded the Hittite territory, have now, for the first time, engaged actively in the region. They are assaulting Anatolian cities engaged in trade with Assyrian merchants, especially in the northern region. 1. Hurrian factions from the southeast may have also disrupted the commerce network, jeopardizing and disconnecting the extensive and perilous routes between Assyria and Anatolia. Given their sensitivity to unstable circumstances, the Assyrian merchants must have now forsaken their colonies in Anatolia and completely retreated from the region, never to return. How did this affect the major trading hubs, cities, villages, and the inhabitants with whom the merchants engaged in commerce? The era after the conclusion of the Assyrian colonies is characterized by obscurity and quietude. According to James Mellart, the new ruling force in central Anatolia inherited a devastated and desolate territory characterized by the remnants of charred palaces rather than a thriving nation. Mellart's portrayal may be excessively apocalyptic. Nonetheless, it may indicate certain aspects of the context in which the Hittite ruling dynasty ascended to power several decades following the annihilation of the Kingdom of Anita. It is evident that a limited number of significant Anatolian towns and states from the early second millennium maintained any relevance in subsequent years. Some, like the site now known as Alaca Höyük, may have been deserted and never resettled. Upon lifting the curtain, a new epoch in Anatolia's history and civilization is unveiled. The Late Bronze Age, characterized by the dominance of the Hittite monarchy over Anatolia. What are the roots of this kingdom? To address this inquiry, we must return to the city of Kusara, the origin of the Pithana and Anita dynasties. The Hittite state, whose initial rulers initiated a military and political development trajectory, establishing it as a dominant force in the Near East during the final centuries of the Bronze Age, undoubtedly established its foundations here. The first definitively recorded monarch was Hattusili. During his reign, he generated the earliest known papers of the Hittite nation. However, it is established that the dynasty he belonged to traces its lineage back at least 2 generations before his own. He narrates a revolt against his grandfather, the inaugural recorded occurrence in Hittite history. Multiple, especially significant documents enhance our understanding of Hattusili's rule. Discovered in 1957, the inaugural record, the Annals, chronicles the king's military accomplishments over 6 years. Given that Hattusili's reign likely extended for approximately 30 years, the Annals document merely a limited portion of his military endeavors, necessitating the supplementation of this account with fragments of information from alternative sources.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Given that most experts contend his battles in Anatolia and Syria occurred early in his reign, their scope and apparent effectiveness within a brief period would be even more extraordinary. Nonetheless, some contend that the extant document comprises merely snippets from a far more extensive account encompassing the reign, from which the most notable accomplishments were extracted. If the Annals were to present a compilation of highlights from the entire reign, its usefulness as a historical source may be enhanced. This selective method may result in considerable distortion of the record. A literal interpretation of the text indicates that even if we limit the Annals to 6 years, the recorded campaigns certainly created a recurring pattern of military endeavors throughout the reign, to varying degrees. The annals are multilingual, featuring versions in Akkadian and Hittite cuneiform. Scholars hold divergent opinions on whether the original was penned in Hittite and subsequently translated into Akkadian, or the reverse. The extant copies of the poem originate no earlier than the 13th century, some 400 years after the events they describe. The work exemplifies a recognized Old Hittite genre, a lengthy historical account, culminating in a specific victory of the Hittite monarch. The second principal document of Hattusilis is often designated as the Testament. The annals serve as a primary source for Hattusili's military endeavors, while the Testament offers significant insights into the internal political dynamics of the Hittite Empire during his rule. Hattusili proclaimed before a gathering of soldiers and dignitaries, declaring new succession arrangements and designating his grandson Mursili as the heir to the throne. Hattusili presented the proclamation to the assembly in Kusara, where the king, now advanced in age, was unwell. It may have been one of his last actions before his demise. Like the Annals, the Testament exists in both Hittite and Akkadian renditions, later reproductions of the original Old Kingdom manuscript. There has once more been a disagreement on whether the Hittite or the Akkadian version predates the other. The extant Hittite text retains multiple characteristics of the Old Hittite language, indicating that the Akkadian version was a subsequent translation of the Hittite. Another proposition is that the creation of both versions transpired concurrently. 14. The document referred to as the Proclamation or Edict of King Telepinu, who ascended the throne approximately 100 years and 6 reigns following Hattusili's demise, constitutes a third source of knowledge regarding the reign of Hattusili and other early Hittite monarchs. The extensive historical introduction of this document narrates the initial successes and later calamities of the Hittite kingdom leading up to Telepinu's ascension. Originally composed in the late 16th century, the proclamation exists solely in later copies, a fragmented Akkadian version, and 9 Hittite exemplars. By synthesizing the information found in these and other records from the Hittite Old Kingdom, we may start to delineate a depiction of the initial monarchs who governed the realm of the Hittites. The exploits of King Labana established the foundation for the proclamation of Telepinu. Labana was previously the great king. Subsequently, he consolidated his sons, siblings, and relatives through marriage, blood relations, and troops. The land was diminutive. Regardless of the campaign he undertook, he subjugated the enemy's territories to his power. He persisted in ravaging the territories, stripping them of their authority and delineating borders with the ocean. Upon his return from the Weld, he assigned each of his sons to rule the different territories. The territories under his governance encompassed Hupisna, Tuwanua, Nanasa, Landa, Zalara, Parsuhanta, and Lusna. They allocated the substantial municipalities to themselves. Telepinu Proclamation. A king emerged from one of several minor states and kingdoms that persisted or formed after the decline of the Anita kingdom. Labarna initially governed a modest territory. However, a significant transformation in the political scene was imminent. With the security of a unified kingdom under his dominion, Labarna initiated a campaign of military conquests that advanced his forces further south. Until Labarna ultimately asserted his dominance over the entire territory, extending from the Marasantia River to the Mediterranean Sea and southwest to the Konya Plain. Nation after nation succumbed to their advance. Labarna decisively consolidated all the subjugated countries under his control and dispatched his sons to administer them. We have acquired extensive knowledge from the historical preamble of Telepinu's proclamation. However, certain researchers express skepticism. Can we genuinely regard Labarna, the potential progenitor of the regal Hittite dynasty, as a veritable historical figure? All the information we possess about him originates from subsequent sources. There are no texts from his reign, no precise details regarding his relationships with his successors or other royal family members, and no more sources that could corroborate his position in Hittite history. The sole record attributing particular accomplishments to him, the proclamation, employs nearly identical phrasing to delineate the achievements of his purported successor, Hattusili. Is it possible that Labarna and Hattusili were identical individuals and that the declaration's author erroneously separated them into two distinct entities? In that situation, how did the error arise? Hattusili personally assumed the name. Labarna is a throne name, and the assertion suggests that Telepinu, who ruled a century later, may have been erroneously taught to believe that the two names were two distinct individuals. This argument needs greater persuasiveness. Telepinu demonstrated that Hattusili was not the first monarch of his dynasty. Hattusili's reign instituted the custom of a new king, or king designate, adopting the name Labarna. This practice persisted beyond his tenure. The founder of the inaugural Hittite dynasty may have employed Labarna as his personal designation, although subsequent dynasty members consistently utilized the name as a title, akin to how Roman rulers frequently adopted Caesar. In this context, Telepinu's purported mistake suggests a level of ignorance of the Labarna heritage, which is unimaginable. The proclamation's employment of like language to depict the accomplishments of Labarna and Hattusili does not elicit considerable questions or doubts. It is essentially a formulaic method of emphasizing a fundamental theme of the proclamation, the strong correlation between periods of peace and stability within the kingdom and its growth and development as a significant military and political power. The proclamation precisely delineates the reign of Hattusili's successor, Mursili, employing nearly identical terminology. Like Labarna and Hattusili, the new monarch consolidated his sons, brothers, spouse, and family. He conquered the enemy territory with his strength, deprived it of its authority, and delineated borders with the ocean. 21. There are no legitimate grounds to dispute the historical authenticity of King Labarna, whose achievements underpin the proclamation. From a probable power center in Kusara, the ancestral residence of the dynasty of Pythona and Anita, this monarch expanded his territory, extending his dominion by military conquests across most of eastern Anatolia, reaching as far south as the Mediterranean Sea. He was the inaugural legendary warrior of the belligerent new Hittite dynasty, serving as a paradigm and source of inspiration for his successors. However, his relationship with his direct successor in the proclamation needs to be clarified. We must now direct our focus on Hattusili. Insurrection in Sanahuita. In his testament, Hattusili recounts the insurrection against his grandfather. Did not the sons of my grandpa disregard his words? He designated his son Labarna as the sovereign of Sanahuita. Nonetheless, his attendants and prominent individuals ignored his command and placed Papadilma on the throne. How many years have elapsed, and how many have evaded their punishment? Where are the residences of the influential individuals? Have they not succumbed? We should deliver the information more succinctly and thoroughly. Hattusili cited an event before his reign to underscore a moral lesson and convey a cautionary message. From the viewpoint of the intended recipients of the warning, such specifics were superfluous. The king's subjects must have recognized the episode and its ramifications well. However, this brief piece of information prompts numerous inquiries. What was Sanahuita WT's role in the early establishment of the Hittite kingdom? What was Hattusili's grandfather's role in the Hittite royal lineage? What is the meaning of his son's name, Labarna? What step was he seeking to undertake regarding his kid in Sanahuita? The statement in question is open to multiple interpretations. What prompted this action to incite rebellion? Who is Papa Dilma? We can only offer a provisional reconstruction of the rebellion's setting to address these inquiries. Initially, Sanahuita, initially referred to as Sinahutum. This designation was documented in literature from the colonial era. The city was probably situated northeast of Hattusa, certainly within the homeland, between the garrison centers of Hakpis, Hakmis, and Istahara. It thus offers more insights into the scope of the Hittite state before Hattusili's rule. Alongside the areas acquired by Labarna in southeastern Anatolia, the Hittites likely governed regions situated a comparable distance to the north of Kusara, the nucleus of the Hittite kingdom. This may have stemmed from a succession of northern expeditions executed by Labarna. The proclamation does not mention such campaigns. Assuming Telepinu's claim that the Hittite kingdom was little before Labarna's conquests, Labarna was instrumental in the northward and southerly expansion of Hittite lands. Who was the grandfather of Hattusili? The preceding text needs to provide his name or clearly define his standing. However, Hattusili didn't have to furnish this information, as the grandfather was evidently a prominent individual and had almost probably held the title of king. He was the inaugural Labarna, the progenitor of the Hittite dynasty. If this is the case, the documentation of the uprising offers an intriguing and substantial addition to Telepinu's narrative of his reign. What was Labarna's planned role, the son of the grandfather in Sanahuita? Unfortunately, the translated excerpt above does not elucidate this matter. The most plausible conclusion is that the grandfather, king of Kusara, endeavored to designate his son Labarna as the territory's governor encompassing Sanahuita, an assignment that, for reasons unknown, was met with significant unpopularity. In reality, it never occurred. The insurrection, which included other members of the king's family, led to the annulment of the king's appointment, resulting in Labarna being supplanted by the rebels' nominee, Papa Dilma, possibly one of the princes deemed disloyal. Had events unfolded as his father intended, the young Labarna might have ascended to the throne in Kusara, following his tenure as a regional governor in the northern territories. His name implies he was designated as his father's successor. However, his fate post-rebellion remains uncertain. He may not have survived. The insurrection likely fractured the kingdom, establishing a rebel regime in Sanahuita. The context for Hattusili III's ascension to the Hittite throne circa 1650 is established. In the preamble of his annals, Hattusili identified himself as the Great King Tabarna, Hattusili the Great King, king of the land of Hatti, man of Kusar, A. He governed the land of Hatti as king, and as the son of Tawanana's brother, Annals I-1-1-3. The designation man of Kusar, A, implies that Hattusili likely commenced his reign in Kusara, inheriting a diminished kingdom due to the insurrection in Sanahuita, yet still possessing considerable territory to the south of Kusara. Additionally, he bore the obligation of addressing the insurrectionist regime in the north. But before attending to this, Hattusili took a major new step in his kingdom's development. He established a new seat for the royal dynasty on the site of Hattusa. Indeed, he may have adopted the name Hattusili to mark this event. This is the widely accepted scenario for resetting Hattusa after Anita's curse. However, some scholars contend that Hattusa underwent reconstruction and established itself as the royal capital during the reign of Hattusili's father or grandfather or even earlier. Regrettably, our texts do not specify the individual responsible for its rebuilding, and it is plausible that the site underwent resettlement before its establishment and subsequent development as a new royal capital. In the absence of clear evidence to the contrary, I agree with the general consensus that Hattusili was responsible for locating the Hittite royal dynasty's seat in Hattusa. although it is possible that one of his predecessors could have credited this. In any case, the resettlement of Hattusa was clearly in deference to Anita's curse, which according to some scholars indicates that its founder was not of the same dynasty as Pithana and Anita. However, the site had certain natural advantages that, irrespective of the new dynasty's lineage, must have outweighed any consideration of Anita's curse. It was located in a naturally defensible position, one of the few in central Anatolia, with its citadel on the large outcrop of rock now known as Büyükale, which was virtually impregnable from the north. H. 37. Additionally, the region where it was located boasted an abundant year-round water supply from 7 springs, and at that time it was densely forested. From a strategic perspective, the new capital required a more advantageous location. It was considerably more distant from the Hittites' southern vassal territories and the pathways to Syria than Kusara. Additionally, it was near the kingdom's ambiguous and frequently fluctuating northern border, adjacent to the Kaska people and other antagonistic tribes in the area. Nonetheless, historical precedents illustrate the establishment of capital cities in precarious circumstances. Hattusili's military ambitions in northern Anatolia likely influenced his choice of Hattusa as the new royal capital. His initial target in this region was Sanahuita, now close to the Hittite capital. The king assembled his forces in Hattusa and commenced the campaign against Sanahuita. However, the campaign yielded limited success. He marched against Sanahuita. He did not annihilate the town itself, but he devastated the surrounding territory. I stationed my troops in 2 distinct locations, establishing a garrison. I allocated the sheepfolds to my garrison troops. Hattusili ravaged the territories of Sanahuita, yet the city itself remained unscathed. A justifiable explanation exists for this, which will be explored subsequently. We must assume that upon Hattusili's withdrawal of his forces from Sanahuita, he had failed to seize the city or dismantle the insurrectionist regime that had established itself during his grandfather's rule. The rebels had yet to be held accountable. Hattusili advanced against Zalpa, presumably the kingdom referenced in the Anita inscription, located in the far north at the Marasantia River's mouth, concurrently with his assault against Sanahuita. Subsequently, I advanced onto Zalpa and obliterated it. I appropriated its deities and presented 3 wagons to the sun goddess of Arinna. I donated 1 silver bull and 1 silver rhyton to the temple of the storm god. The remaining deities were allocated to the temple of Mezzula. Contrary to his campaign against Sanahuita, Hattusili seemingly succeeded in seizing, plundering, and annihilating the city. This constituted merely a transient setback for Zalpa, which persisted in its resistance against the Hittites. Indeed, as demonstrated, it resurfaced later during Hattusili's reign in a revolt against his authority involving one of his sons. Despite their limited long-term repercussions, the campaigns against Sanahuita and Zalpa appear to have solidified Hattusili's authority in central Anatolia, enabling him to contemplate conquests in more distant territories. The Hittite army readied itself for the most ambitious campaign the subsequent year as Hattusili prepared to advance his battle standards into Syria. The Hittites' prior territorial acquisitions south of the Marasantia River facilitated their military endeavors in Syria. Their dominance over southeastern Anatolia granted them access to Syria through multiple routes. The Hittites likely utilized one such route, traversing the pass later termed the Cilician Gates, for commercial and military objectives. Hattusili's forces may have employed this route to advance through southern Anatolia, navigate the Taurus Mountains, and penetrate Syria via the Syrian Gates, modern Beylan Pass. Hattusili was likely cognizant that a Hittite military incursion into Syria presented significantly higher problems and hazards than his battles in Anatolia. The formidable kingdom of Yamhad dominated the whole northern sector of the region. Yamhad, with its capital in Aleppo, Halab or Halpa in Hittite writings, exerted dominance over northern Syria for 2 centuries via a network of vassal states and appanage kingdoms extending from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean coast. The Alala archives include numerous nations and cities linked to Aleppo as subjects or allies, including Alala, Carchemish, Urshu, Hasu, Ugarit, Emar, Ebla, and Tunip. Military activities conducted by the Hittites against the northern Syrian states and principalities invariably constituted a threat to the kingdom of Aleppo. Hattusili was already focused on Aleppo's future conquest. A direct challenge awaits in the future. Hattusili was unprepared to confront the troops of Syria's most formidable monarchy. Currently, he restricted his activities to an initial incursion into the region in anticipation of more comprehensive military operations in subsequent years. During this initial reconnaissance operation, he aimed to evaluate the intensity of enemy resistance in the kingdom's periphery regions and, if possible, eradicate potential sources of support for future confrontations with the Hittites. Upon entering Syria through the passes of the Amanus mountain, Hattusili swiftly recognized his initial military target. At the northernmost curve of the Orontes River, along the route connecting Aleppo to the Mediterranean coast, the formidable walled city of Al-Ala, present-day Tel Akana, Al-Alha in the Annals, resided. Hattusili commanded his forces in their inaugural military campaign on Syrian territory against this city. The outcome was an unequivocal success. They defeated the forces of Alala, decimating their city. Amitakum, ostensibly the subordinate of Yarim-Lim III, ascended to the throne of Aleppo during the Hittite invasion and governed Alala. A tablet from Alala VII conveys that Zukrasi, the general of the king of Aleppo, served as a witness to an Alala document whereby Amitakum articulated his intentions before Yarim-Lim. Zukrasi is mentioned in a Hittite document concerning a Hittite assault on Hasu W.A., perhaps the same incident chronicled in Hattusili's Sixth War. Amitakum and Hattusili may have been contemporaneous, as Zukrasi, the commander of Yarim-Lim, is referenced in texts linked to both sovereigns. Consequently, we might infer that Hattusili obliterated Alala VII, the city of Amitakum. Nevertheless, Yarim-Lim seemingly refrained from intervening in the Hittite conquest. Why did he fail to assist his vassal state during its crisis? Alala likely exploited a dynastic conflict in Aleppo to establish its autonomy, necessitating a greater willingness to solicit aid from its previous sovereign. This may have been one of the elements that motivated Hattusili to assault Alala, wagering that he could do so without inciting a conflict with Aleppo. It remains astonishing that this overt military incursion into Syrian land elicited no reaction from Aleppo, unless the swiftness of the Hittite march and conquest rendered it unprepared and unable to execute a counteroffensive. Ultimately, before facing any opposition from Aleppo, Hattusili retreated from Syria. Currently, he had assessed his forces' resilience on Syrian territory, and without engaging them in additional hostilities in the area, he embarked on a northeasterly course that would ultimately return to Hattusa. Hattusili assaulted other cities west of the Euphrates and north of Carchemish, before returning to his capital. Thereafter, I advanced against Warshua. In Warshua, I proceeded against Ikakali. I advanced from Ikakali towards Tashaniya. I devastated these territories, acquired their possessions, and filled my residence to capacity. Annals, I 16-21. The renowned mythical literature, Warshua, or Urshu in Akkadian, documents a Hittite siege of the city. Many individuals ascribe the siege to Hattusili's reign. Nevertheless, it is essential to ascertain if it occurred during this period or was part of a subsequent battle he conducted. It, however, illuminates a persistent deficiency in the Hittite military apparatus, its ineffectiveness in siege warfare. As a literary text, it is an intriguing complement to the military account of the annals. The Hittite monarch articulates his wrath towards his officers' incompetence in executing the 6-month siege of the city, as stated in the text. The battering ram was damaged. The monarch was incensed, his countenance severe. They incessantly provide unfavorable tidings. May the storm god sweep you away in a deluge. Do not remain inactive. Construct a battering ram utilizing the Hurrian technique and confirm its positioning. Construct a huge battering ram from the Hasu Mountains and place it appropriately. Commence the accumulation of soil. Upon completion, let everyone assume a position. Permit the adversary to battle solely, as this will thwart his strategies. The monarch admonishes his general Santas for his undue delay in initiating combat. Why have you not engaged in combat? You are positioned on water-filled chariots, almost becoming one with the water. By merely kneeling before him, you could have either killed him or, at the very least, instilled fear in him. Nonetheless, you have exhibited behavior more characteristic of a woman than a male. Consequently, they responded to him. We shall engage in combat 8 times. We shall thwart their plans and annihilate the city. The monarch responded, Excellent. Although they inflicted little harm on the city, numerous servants of the king were injured, resulting in many fatalities. Furious, the monarch ordered, Monitor the highways, scrutinize those who enter and exit the city. No individual should depart the city to confront the adversary. A fugitive emerged from the city and reported, The subject of the king of Aleppo entered 5 times. The subject of Zupa resides within the city. The men of Zaruar walk in and out. The subject of my lord, the son of Teshub, moves about. The monarch was incensed. Although the work is predominantly anecdotal and filled with theatrical embellishments, it offers a more vivid depiction of a Hittite military campaign than the concise, unadorned accounts found in historical texts. Furthermore, it may indirectly incite the Hittite assault on Urshu. The unsuccessful Hittite siege, which failed to obstruct the movement of envoys from the king of Aleppo and the Hurrian king to the besieged city, caused significant embarrassment to the king of Hatti, who had commanded the closure of all access routes. Nonetheless, the crucial aspect is that a type of alliance seemingly existed among Urshu, Aleppo, and the Hurrian Empire. Hatti may have perceived the final 2 as possible adversaries, and could have contemplated a preemptive assault against one or more of their allies, akin to Alala, to reduce their military support in anticipation of future Hittite offensives. Urshu was presumably a Hurrian state during the early Hittite campaigns in the region. Urshu ultimately succumbed to the Hittites. However, its conquest and destruction may have incited the Hurrians to undertake retaliatory measures the subsequent year, resulting in catastrophic repercussions for Hattusili's realm. The Arzawan campaign of Hattusili. In the year after his initial Syrian war, Hattusili focused on the southwest, launching a campaign against the territory of Arzawa, the earliest mention of Arzawa in Hittite records. At this juncture, it was likely an ambiguously delineated amalgamation of regions encompassing a significant portion of western and southwestern Anatolia. To what extent did Hattusili explore this region, and what were his objectives? The entry in the Annals, limited to a solitary sentence, provides minimal information. In the next year, I marched against Arzawa and captured cattle and sheep. Annals, I-22-3. The seemingly casual character of this statement may suggest that the expedition was merely a foray into Arzawan land. They seized cattle and sheep as loot, but seemingly achieved no substantial victories. Arzawa presumably instigated the trip. The conquests of Labarna likely expanded Hittite subject territory to the vicinity of, and maybe next to, Arzawa's domain. This created opportunities for territorial conflicts and cross-border incursions, as occurred thereafter. One or more boundary incidents progressed to the point that the Hittite monarch was compelled to personally intervene with a punitive expedition designed to serve as a definitive message to the inhabitants of Arzawa to refrain from interference. Hattusili may have returned to Arzawa and executed major regional campaigns in subsequent years. As mentioned in a subsequent source, his rule can be credited with the conquests in Arzawa. By the conclusion of his rule, a portion of Arzawan land was governed by a Hittite official. The intended scope of Hattusili's first Arzawan campaign was curtailed by a crisis that jeopardized the Hittite kingdom's survival. In my rear, the enemy of the city of the Hurrians invaded my territory, and all my lands waged war against me. Only the city of Hattusa remained at this point. Annals I-24-6. This crisis was recurring in Hittite history, revealing one of the kingdom's persistent vulnerabilities. Campaigns executed to the west and southwest, which significantly utilized the kingdom's military assets, rendered the heartland perilously vulnerable to assaults from the north, east, and southeast. During this event, the Hurrians, capitalizing on the king's absence and maybe in direct retribution for the annihilation of Urshu, invaded the territory with catastrophic consequences. The annals state that Hattusili obliterated the entire territory, excluding the royal capital. The Hurrians swiftly withdrew at the arrival of the Hittite army. Their invasion, however, incited riots and defections throughout all provinces annexed into the kingdom by the conquests of Labarna and Hattusili. Hattusili's reply was swift and forceful. From his stronghold at Hattusa, he initially reasserted his dominance over the area within the confines of the Marasantia River and reclaimed the insubordinate territories to the south. Nanasa, situated just beyond the southernmost bend of the Marasantia, was the first city to rejoin the Hittite domain. 58. Upon the arrival of the Hittite army, it opened its gates and capitulated without opposition. Nevertheless, Ulma, the subsequent city, presented greater challenges for conquest. Ulma confronted the king on 2 occasions and was defeated each time. We could not endure such insubordination a 3rd time, and we wanted to convey a definitive message to the other rebellious cities that continued their opposition. Hattusili commanded the complete annihilation of the city. Weeds encroached upon the land, prompting Hattusili to prohibit all subsequent settlements. Only one further city declined to submit, Salasuwa, referenced in Assyrian merchant literature, and presumably situated at a strategically significant site along one of the primary east-west roads connecting northern Syria with Anatolia. They swiftly assaulted and obliterated it, terminating all opposition in the south. Hattusili's approach to insurrectionist and adversarial states mirrored Anita's and subsequent Hittite monarchs. If a rebel or hostile city complied with the monarch's ultimatum by opening its gates, the king refrained from imposing harsh measures. However, particularly enduring resistance was confronted with the harshest reprisals. Numerous demonstrations like this compelled the other southern rebels to capitulate without more resistance, allowing Hattusili to return to Hattusa unimpeded. Rebels remained in the north to confront. Hattusili focused on these matters the subsequent year. He felt obligated to confront Sanahuita again. 3 years prior, his incursion into the region had preserved the city's integrity. It is presumed that the rebel rule remained in authority there. We could no longer endure this circumstance. Subjugating and annihilating the city was essential. Sanahuita resisted the king's army for 6 months. Hattusili's prior campaign likely preserved it from annihilation owing to its robust defense against adversarial assaults. The capture of a heavily fortified city nearly invariably required a lengthy and expensive siege. Upon evaluating the expenses and hazards, Hattusili may have resolved to initiate his inaugural campaign into Sanahuita's domain, confining his efforts to pillage the estates and agricultural regions next to the city. However, the moment had arrived to fully dedicate himself to the capture of Sanahuita. After 6 months, the city succumbed, undoubtedly, along with the regime established under the reign of Hattusili's grandfather. Ultimately, Hattusili retaliated against this insurrection. Hattusili eliminated a primary source of opposition in the region, situated on the eastern periphery of his motherland. In subsequent years, he reflected on the episode with considerable satisfaction as he delivered a cautionary message to those gathered at his deathbed regarding the repercussions of insurrection. How many years have elapsed, and how many have evaded their retribution? Where are the residences of the influential individuals of Sanahuita? Have they not succumbed? The collapse of Sanahuita led to the rapid disintegration of resistance in other locations. The city of Parmana welcomed the monarch, and other communities quickly emulated this action. Only Alaca dared to oppose it, resulting in its annihilation. By the conclusion of the 5th year of the Annals, Hattusili had completely reasserted his dominion over all his Anatolian domains, both within and beyond the Marasantia line. He might once again focus on Syria. However, he devised a more comprehensive regional campaign on this occasion. In the subsequent year, I advanced against Zaruna and obliterated it. I advanced against Hassuwa, and the forces from Hassuwa confronted me in combat. Forces from Halpa, Aleppo, provided assistance. They confronted me in combat, and I defeated them. In a matter of days, I traversed the Puruna River and conquered Hassuwa with the ferocity of a lion using its claws. Upon vanquishing Hassuwa, I enveloped it in dust, appropriated all its possessions, and populated Hattusa with them. I entered Zipazna and ascended it during the nocturnal hours. I fought them, resulting in their being covered in dust. With the ferocity of a lion, I fixed my attention on Ha-Ha, 14-Ha-Huem, and vanquished Zipasna. I acquired its deities and presented them to the sun goddess of Arina Shrine. I advanced against Ha-Ha and engaged in 3 engagements within its confines. I obliterated Ha-Ha-Ha, seized its assets, and transported them to Hattusa. I loaded 2 sets of freight wagons with silver. The particulars may need to be more defined. The exact sites of the cities assaulted by Hattusili remain unidentified, and the identification of the Puruna River, Akkadian Puran, has incited considerable controversy. However, the general overview is relatively distinct. Upon traversing the Taurus Mountains, Hattusili commenced his eastward march towards the Euphrates, annihilating the city of Zaruna 64 along the way. Other states in the region opposed him. An army from Hassuwa, situated south of the Taurus and adjacent to the Euphrates, engaged him, supported by troops from Aleppo, and ultimately vanquished their combined forces in a fight at Mat Adalur. He assaulted and obliterated the cities of Hassuwa and Zipasna, infiltrating the latter's domain under darkness. Ultimately, he advanced toward the city of Ha-Ha-Hahu-Em on the Euphrates, which had made an ineffectual effort to aid Zipasna. Although the Hittites penetrated the city's fortifications, they encountered formidable resistance within its walls. Ultimately, the city capitulated, albeit only after its forces mounted 3 counteroffensives against the assailants. Hattusili shows little compassion towards the defeated. Hattusili extended clemency just to those who capitulated without opposition. They plundered the subjugated cities and piled the spoils of war onto wagons for delivery to Hattusa. They confiscated all of Hassuwa and Ha-Ha's valuable belongings, including their deities' sculptures, igniting and reducing them to ashes. Subsequently, the local rulers encountered profound humiliation and degradation. Following the observation of the plundering and devastation of their cities, the monarchs of Hassuwa and Ha-Ha-Ha-Ha endured the humiliation of being yoked to a wagon, transporting the spoils of their cities to Hattusa. I, the great King Tabarna, obliterated Hasua and Hahaha, incinerating them alongside Re, and presented the smoke to the storm god of heaven. I utilized the king of Hasua and the king of Haha to pull a cargo wagon. Hattusili attributed considerable importance to an event that underscored the extent of the Hittite triumphs in the Second Syrian campaign. His victories in the Euphrates Valley included bridging the river, an unparalleled achievement in Hittite history. Only the Akkadian ruler Sargon, who had traversed the river in the opposite direction, around 700 years prior, had achieved such a feat before him. However, Sargon achieved this without incurring the same catastrophic consequences. No one had traversed the Mala, 1-4 Euphrates, Akkadian Puratu, except for me, the great King Tabarna, who crossed it on foot, followed by my army, which also crossed on foot. Sarugina, Sargon, also traversed it. Although Sarugina, Sargon, defeated Haha's forces, he neither inflicted harm upon Haha, incinerated it, nor presented smoke to the storm god. Hattusili's conquests included a substantial portion of the territory west of the Euphrates previously acquired by Sargon decades earlier, hence substantiating the parallel with Sargon. By the conclusion of his sixth campaign, Hattusili had conquered nearly the entire eastern portion of Anatolia, extending from the Black Sea in the Zalpa region to the Mediterranean, including the lower land and potentially the area that would later become the Kingdom of Kidzuwadna. He also achieved a succession of victories in northern Syria, traversing the Euphrates to the western borders of Mesopotamia. He may have advanced further deeper into Mesopotamia. A recent influential Hittite text posits this notion. A Hittite monarch, Labarna, composed a letter in Akkadian to Tunia, also referred to as Tunip-Teshub, the ruler of the kingdom of Tikunani. Historical references indicate that the Labarna mentioned in the text is Hattusili I, the letter's author. This composition is the only known letter from Hattusili's reign, and represents the sole surviving example of the epistolary genre from the entire Hittite Old Kingdom period. Hattusili refers to Tunia as his servant and solicits his assistance for an assault on Hahum, perhaps the same incident documented in his annals. To Tunia, my servant Labarna, the great king proclaims, "As my servant, align with me, and I shall safeguard you as my own. Tikunan I is my city. You are my subordinate. Your nation is my nation, so I genuinely safeguard you. The military operation has commenced, and my path is clear. Consequently, conduct yourself maturely in your dealings with the king of Hahum and address him directly. Seize the morsel from his mouth like a dog. The substantial cattle you capture will belong to you. The diminutive livestock that you catch will also belong to you. Exhibit masculinity in his presence. I shall assault him from this location while you will do so from yours." Hattusili's correspondence with Tunia, 1-15. Tunia established his royal throne in Tikunani, the realm under his dominion. Approximately 150 years ago, Ishmedagan, the offspring of the old Assyrian monarch Shamshi-Adad and viceroy of Ekalatum, first employed the designation Tikunani in correspondence addressed to his brother Yasma-Adu, the viceroy stationed at Mari. The kingdom of Tikunani was likely located between the upper Euphrates and upper Tigris rivers, with its capital possibly near or on the Tigris in the area of modern Diyarbakir, in proximity to Hahum. If Hattusili's letter suggests that its monarch became a Hittite vassal, it adds a crucial new aspect to our understanding of Hattusili's rule. Hattusili succeeded in traversing the Euphrates and annihilating one or more cities on its eastern bank. He assumed dominion over a significant portion of the northern Mesopotamian country, potentially extending to the banks of the Tigris. This would extend far beyond the insights from the annals of Hattusili's military campaigns in Syria and across the Euphrates. The annals indicate that the Hittite operations in the region resulted solely in a path of looted and devastated cities. 77. There is scant evidence from other sources indicating that Hattusili endeavored to solidify his dominion in the territories he subjugated by instituting a more enduring style of governance through local vassal kings. There is, however, a dispute concerning the relationship between Hattusili and his correspondent. Can we ascertain that the term servant, the Sumerogram Ur, employed by Hattusili to refer to Tunia, signifies an overlord-vassal relationship? What was the rationale behind Hattusili's assurance of protection for his servant? His letter was evidently one of multiple correspondences exchanged with Tunia, and he had garnered affirmative replies from the individual he referred to as his servant while preparing for his battle against Hahum. He urged Tunia to assist him. "Write to me for anything you require, and I shall provide you, including silver and horses." Tunia may have been exceedingly eager to comply. For most of the Bronze Age, interactions among adjacent kingdoms and city-states in Syria and Mesopotamia were unstable and often antagonistic. Tikunani and Hahum were no exception. Two kingdoms with contiguous or almost contiguous borders. Tunia may have perceived a provisional alliance with the Hittite monarch as highly beneficial, at least until the destruction of his neighbor or the plundering of his territory. One of the primary incentives Hattusili presented to him. However, enduring subjugation to the Hittite monarch was a different issue. Miller asserts that to determine Tikunani as a Hittite vassal state, one must posit that the Old Kingdom encompassed a continuous expanse from the upper Tigris to Anatolia before the assault on Hahum. It appears more plausible that Hattusili facilitated his campaign across the Euphrates by establishing a temporary alliance with Tunia, wherein Tunia assumed the position of junior partner and protege to his more dominant ally until the alliance's goals were fulfilled. This represents a relatively conservative interpretation of the insights derived from the Tunia letter. In this case, it is prudent to adopt a conservative posture, but we should not entirely dismiss more extreme interpretations of the new facts. Dr. Singer remarks that the letter could unveil fresh perspectives on Hittite engagement beyond the Euphrates, which evidently extended far further than previously believed. The extent of Tunia's involvement in Hattusili's military campaigns against Hahum is unknown. The annals do not reference Tunia's participation in the city's conquest. Nevertheless, this omission may lack substantial importance given the document's brevity. Hattusili may have intended and executed other wars east of the Euphrates. The Tunia letter, lines 16 to 18, alludes to hostile actions about Nihria, indicating a planned campaign against the city. 80. However, the context fails to provide a sufficiently explicit indication of the precise character of this activity. What were Hattusili's accomplishments resulting from his military campaigns? In strictly military terms, Hattusili's campaigns appeared to be unequivocally successful. Nevertheless, they pose numerous essential inquiries. What was their objective? What were their genuine accomplishments? What is the price? The battles in Syria and Mesopotamia resulted in the devastation of numerous cities and the acquisition of substantial prizes for the land of Hatti. Unless the Tunia letter provides a significantly altered perspective on the results of these wars, they did not create enduring Hittite dominance in the region. Assault, annihilate, and retreat constituted the campaign's overarching strategy. The Hittites lacked the organizational capacity and human resources to establish and sustain enduring control over the territories they conquered in Syria and beyond the Euphrates. Notably, as long as the kingdom of Aleppo remained unconquered, the effects of their military victories in the region would be merely transient. What motivated Hattusili to engage with Syria and Mesopotamia, particularly given his domestic challenges? His kingdom was susceptible to significant political turmoil and continuously exposed to invasions by adversaries near its borders. The king's prolonged absences and his warriors' distant expeditions heightened the threats to the kingdom's security from internal and external forces. This provides further background to our inquiry. The kingdoms of Syria and Mesopotamia presented no immediate military danger to the Hittite homeland or any of the Hittites' vassal regions in Anatolia. Consequently, it is challenging to categorize the campaigns west and east of the Euphrates as either defensive or preemptive. What, therefore, was their objective? Strategic and economic factors may have influenced the motive for these efforts. A scholar has astutely observed that Syria occupies a pivotal position in the Near East, with its ports and land routes facilitating access to diverse commodities from Egypt and Mesopotamia. The Hittites likely realized that military force was the sole effective means of accessing international goods, entering Syrian markets, and securing the routes that supplied essential raw materials. Numerous cities assaulted by Hattusili were situated in critical strategic positions along primary highways connecting Anatolia with Syria and Mesopotamia. Alaca was situated on or near a highway extending from southeastern Anatolia through northern Syria towards the Euphrates River. Urshu, situated to the north, was adjacent to a primary route connecting Assyria with Anatolia during the Assyrian colonial period. The significance of these trade routes from Assyrian mercantile activities in Syria and Anatolia underscores their economic and strategic importance. The majority of overseas goods desired by the Hittites may only be conjectured. However, one specific commodity must have seen significant demand. During the colonial period, tin, utilized in bronze production, was among the two most significant commodities imported via the trade routes from Mesopotamia to Anatolia. The Assyrian merchants were likely the exclusive suppliers of the metal sourced from the mountains of Elam, present-day Iran, to the Anatolian kingdoms. Terminating the Anatolian-Assyrian trade connections after the colonial period would have halted tin supply and ceased bronze manufacture substantially in central Anatolia. The resurgence of bronze manufacturing in the Late Bronze Age indicates re-established access to significant tin sources. For the Hittites, consistent access to the metal was crucial. Turkish archaeologists have lately asserted the discovery of multiple sites in Anatolia that may have been utilized for tin mining in antiquity. Nevertheless, academic James Muley challenges the data, asserting that workable tin deposits in Anatolia have yet to be discovered, particularly not on a substantial scale. Despite the potential of Anatolian sources, we must nevertheless contemplate the probability that the majority, if not all, of the Hittites' tin originated from other regions. Excluding Anatolian tin sources results in a limited number of feasible alternative sources that satisfy the Hittites' requirements. Furthermore, if we eliminate potential Central European sources, it is highly probable that the metal supply originated from the ancient southeast trade routes. Consequently, one objective of Hattusili's southeastern operations may have been to secure safe transit for imports, especially tin, into his realm via these channels. Hattusili needed reliable access to significant amounts of tin, mostly used in producing bronze weaponry for his military to exert dominion over an expansive realm. The Hittite monarchy may have aimed to destroy settlements such as Urshu, at least partially, to eradicate prospective or actual challenges to essential supply lines from Mesopotamia and Syria. Although economic and geopolitical considerations may have motivated Hattusili's activities in Syria, a more compelling reason probably underpinned these military endeavors. Like all sovereigns of the formidable kingdoms of the Near East, the Hittite monarch served as the paramount military leader of his populace. The doctrine of kingship required him to prove his suitability to govern by performing significant military exploits that were equivalent to, and ideally exceeded, the accomplishments of his forerunners. Military expansion evolved into a distinct philosophy, a genuine pursuit of royalty. For Hattusili, Syria and Mesopotamia presented an unprecedented challenge for a Hittite monarch. His conquests in Anatolia conferred him military stature and renown comparable to his predecessor, Labarna. Nonetheless, he surpassed Labarna with his military endeavors in Syria and Mesopotamia. Primarily, his crossing of the Euphrates, regardless of its long-term strategic significance, was a deed of substantial symbolic importance. He could now establish himself as a leader whose achievements positioned him among the legendary Sargon, esteemed in tradition as the greatest of all known monarchs. He could assert that he's a warlord even more merciless than Sargon. Sargon crossed the Euphrates and spared Haha. Hattusili pillaged the city and ignited it. He depicts a lion leaping upon its victim and annihilating it mercilessly, an illustration of brutal ferocity versus a relentlessly defiant adversary. Anita had already employed this image. It was destined to become a consistent emblem of Hittite royal authority. Mercy and compassion were other attributes of a king, as exemplified by Hattusili in his care of the purportedly persecuted subjects of his adversary. The great king Tabarna, liberated the hands of the enemy's female slaves from the handmills and the hands of his male slaves from the sickles, exempting them from taxes and corvée labor. I unfastened their belts and presented them to my lady, the sun goddess of Arina. Although no other royal annals depict their protagonist as the liberator of the afflicted, other monarchs endeavored to present themselves as conquerors who exhibited clemency towards a subdued adversary. The king maintained his authority through divine right. He served as the divine agent and representative on earth, governing his subjects and thwarting his adversaries on their behalf. As the gods' designated representative on earth, he was ostensibly invulnerable. As the king bows to the deities, the anointed priest proclaims, "May the Tabarna, the king, be cherished by the gods." The territory is solely owned by the storm god. The heavens, the planet, and humanity are solely the domain of the storm god. He appointed Labarna, the king, as his administrator and entrusted him with the entirety of the land of Hatti. The sun god and the storm god have handed my nation and my residence, the palace, to me, the king, and I, as the king, shall protect them. After his successful passage of the Euphrates, Hattusili returned to Hattusa. Despite his claims of success, he recognized that they would provide little enduring impact if the Aleppo kingdom continued to be Syria's preeminent force. He initially confronted troops from Aleppo when they arrived to help Hassuwa. Nevertheless, he had not yet assessed the complete strength of Aleppo's military capabilities. He had initiated the preliminary actions, but the principal competition had yet to commence. There are few fleeting mentions of Hattusili's campaigns during the latter years of his rule. These may have encompassed a comprehensive effort against Arzawa. Undoubtedly, Syria served as the Hittites' principal battle theater for Hattusili's reign. In this theater, the capture of Aleppo emerged as the king's foremost priority. Subsequent documentation reveals that he returned to Syria and engaged in combat with the armies of the Aleppan monarch, likely on multiple occasions. In this endeavor, he may have significantly diminished the kingdom, if we can decipher the cryptic expression, "He caused the days of the kingdom of Aleppo to be full." However, ultimate success remained unattainable for him. Upon his demise, the kingdom's capital remained unscathed. His grandson and successor, Mursili, initiated a war against Aleppo to avenge his father's blood, implying a potential link between his death and a conclusive confrontation with Aleppo. Kusara, the original residence of the Hittite royal lineage, undoubtedly served as the venue for the concluding event of Hattusili's life. The ill and potentially dying king convened a gathering of the most influential political and military leaders in the kingdom, comprising the warriors of the Panko and the senior officials of the realm. Hattusili convened the assembly to announce new provisions for the royal succession. The primary source of information regarding the final phase of the king's reign is the document known as Hattusili's Testament. The concluding statements of the paper indicate that the king summoned the assembly in Kusara. Following the relocation of the capital to Hattusa, he retained a royal residence at Kusara. He may have intended to spend his dying days in the city of his forebears. The testament is an official declaration of royal succession, offering significant insights into the king's family members and their associated events. It also provides us with compelling insights into the king's character. The merciless warrior of the annals is depicted as an aged man, fatigued and disenchanted by the conduct of his own family members. "Until now, no member of my family has obeyed my will." By his predecessor's habit, the first Labarna, Hattusili, designated his sons as administrators of the provinces annexed into the kingdom via conquest. However, the Hittite princes exhibited no better willingness than Labarna's sons to uphold their loyalty to their father. A rebellion has been reported in Tapasanda involving the king's son, Huzziya, who was designated as the city's governor. The residents convinced Huzziya to revolt against his father, following Hattusili's inability to cleanse the city's palaces. Hattusili subsequently suppressed the insurrection and ousted his son. A separate account reports a mutiny in Zalpa, where Hakarpili, another son of Hattusili, served as the local governor. The result of this insurrection remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is presumed that Hattusili successfully suppressed it and ousted Hakarpili from authority. A more significant insurrection erupted at Hattusa, seemingly garnering extensive backing from the Hittite aristocracy. The insurrection directly involved Hattusili's unnamed daughter. The offspring of Hatti incited animosity that aroused Hattusa. Subsequently, they abducted my daughter, and due to her male progeny, they contested my claim, "Your father's reign lacks a son. A servant shall occupy it. A servant will ascend to kingship." Consequently, my daughter betrayed Hattusa and the court, inciting dissent among the noblemen and my courtiers. She instigated nationwide insurrection. The offspring of Hatti met their demise. When the revolt was ultimately quelled, the king's daughter suffered the consequences of her betrayal. They confiscated all her belongings and exiled her from the city. The sons of Hattusili may have participated in the provincial rebellions due to personal motivations related to the royal succession. This was a major issue in the Hattusa uprising. The legitimacy of Hattusili's dynasty in maintaining the kingship was unequivocally uncontested. Conversely, the contentious issue was the apprehension that Hattusili would designate a successor who was not his direct descendant. He designated his nephew as his successor. He made this decision solely after the rebellions involving his sons. The humiliation of the Hittite princes seemingly rendered him devoid of a son deserving of the throne. Regardless, his selection of a successor encountered considerable dissent among his citizens. This prompts two essential inquiries. Who has the authority to designate the heir to the throne? What criteria influence the selection process? Scholars have long contended whether the Hittite monarchy was elective, with the noble class ultimately determining the selection of a successor. We need more conclusive evidence for an elected monarchy. The persistent fights among claimants for the throne, which persisted until the reign of King Telepinu, unequivocally illustrate the enduring contention regarding the rightful authority to designate the king's successor or to succeed to the throne independently. Scholars propose that the early monarchy's instability originated from a conflict between the nobility, who claimed their historical rights, and the king, who sought to implement the principle of hereditary succession. Professor Gurney, however, deemed it more probable that the Hittite monarchs clashed with an archaic matrilineal succession system. Numerous academics have ascribed the issues surrounding royal succession to a fundamental conflict between matrilineal and patrilineal succession principles, the former being a remnant of pre-Indo-European culture, and the latter a trait of Indo-European invaders. The evidence supporting this notion needs further substantiation, and the argument remains highly speculative. No evidence suggests that matrilineality was a factor in the conflicts regarding Hittite royal succession. Furthermore, although the succession of usurpers and claimants may have sought to leverage their familial or marital ties to former kings to bolster their claims, none of these connections align with any fundamental tenets of matrilineality. The intrigue and violence surrounding numerous royal successions suggest that precedent or tradition played a minimal role in determining the actual occupant of the throne. Formal procedures were only established to establish the right of succession after Telepinu's reign. Thus, from the inception of Hittite history, no monarch was assured that his selected heir would occupy or retain the throne, given the presence of alternative claims or ambitious pretenders poised to contest his decision. The king sustained his authority with celestial endorsement. However, although his assertion of supernatural approbation, his authority was primarily contingent upon the favor and backing of a formidable land-owning and military elite. He bestowed land concessions and a portion of military spoils upon his nobility. He compelled them to swear fealty to him and commit to providing armed support when summoned. Nonetheless, as the testament demonstrates, they could be perilously unreliable and were prepared to engage in insurrection if they opposed the actions or decisions made by the monarch. Domestic rebellions and civic unrest, notably in the Hittite capital, counterbalanced military achievements outside. The king's prolonged absences on foreign operations may have exacerbated instability and factional strife domestically. Hattusili may have comprehended the complete magnitude of the kingdom's situation solely on his deathbed. Hattusili's selection of his nephew as his successor incited unrest in his capital following the insurrection of his sons against him. Regrettably, his nephew has now deceived him. This was the most brutal affront. He had cultivated and supervised the young man, granting him privileges. This probably engendered animosity among the king's closest relatives. He, after that, ascended to the position of heir apparent, adopting him as his son and bestowing upon him the regal title Tabarna. However, he had remained oblivious to his nephew's shortcomings until he ultimately recognized that the young man was unqualified for the position designated to him. This lad was a monstrosity to behold. He exhibited no sorrow. He lacked empathy. He was frigid and merciless. Hattusili encouraged his nephew to reconcile with adversaries and strive for peace and cohesion within a realm fragmented by insurrection and factional discord without success. The impact of his family, especially his mother, surpassed that of the king. He disregarded the king's command and obeyed his mother's counsel, that deceitful snake. His siblings regularly articulated their dissent towards him, and he acknowledged their sentiments. He has exhibited no regard for the king's wishes. In what manner might his attitude towards Hattusa be favorable? His mother is a snake. He will invariably obey the counsel of his mother, brothers, and sisters. He will emerge to exact vengeance. He will pledge to the warriors, dignitaries, and servants designated as the king's subjects, "Behold, due to the king, they shall perish." He will ultimately annihilate them. He will inflict a substantial amount of bloodshed without hesitation. The nephew's ascension would inevitably throw the kingdom back into civil turmoil. Hattusili could not permit that occurrence. "I have vanquished my foreign adversaries with the sword, and I have established peace and tranquility in my realm. He must not plunge my land into turmoil. Hattusili called his nephew to his bedside. He rejected his adoption and, by extension, his designation as heir to the kingdom. The adversaries of his designated successor had ultimately prevailed. Hattusili's sister, the mother of tiny Tabarna, responded with a blend of rage and apprehension. They have destroyed him, and you will terminate him. However, there had been sufficient bloodshed. They exiled the nephew from the city while ensuring his safety and well-being. They allocated to him a modest estate on the outskirts of the capital, replete with livestock, including cattle and sheep. Hattusili pledged to permit his return to Hattusa, contingent upon his excellent behavior. Hattusili aimed to promote reconciliation among all his subjects. As his death approached, Hattusili could not postpone the appointment of a new heir to the throne. He swiftly summoned the assembly in Kusara to declare his new appointee. The monarch declared Mursili, Hattusili's grandson, to be his son and successor. "Behold, Mursili is now my son. You must recognize him and position him on the throne." The appointment of the new successor necessitated deliberation with the assembly. Hattusili unequivocally asserted that he considered this to be his exclusive right. He proclaimed his choice in the assembly. However, he exerted significant effort to elucidate and rationalize his conduct. He sought to convince the attendees of the prudence and fairness of his decision and obtain their support to guarantee its approval. This backing was crucial, particularly given that the new heir remained a minor. Mursili summoned the assembly to vow their loyalty. They must safeguard and cultivate him, oversee his behavior during childhood, and direct him toward wisdom. "You, my servants and lords, must support my son in war or insurrection. You must guarantee him a safe return if you escort him to the Weld during his youth. One must not assert, 'The king will act in secrecy as he wishes, and I will rationalize his actions regardless of their morality.' It is imperative to never endorse malevolent behavior. However, already acquainted with my intentions and knowledge, you direct my son towards enlightenment." The group assigned to this duty comprised the warriors of the Panku. This phrase functions as an adjective signifying all, entire. The context indicates a general assembly. We will examine the issue of its membership and the functions designated to it by a subsequent king. During Hattusili's reign, it appears to have largely operated as a supervisory and judicial entity specifically addressing religious transgressions. Such offenses necessitated the king to submit them to this committee for adjudication. Consequently, Hattusili directed his successor, "You will treat my servants and nobility with compassion. Consult the Panko if you observe an individual disrespecting a deity or uttering a blasphemous term. All malevolent discourse must be reported to the Panku." Hattusili effectively attempted to reinforce the monarchy's roots by forging a strong alliance between the king and the representatives of the kingdom's most influential factions. The Kusara assembly was chiefly accountable for steering the kingdom through the critical transition following the previous king's demise and the new one's ascension. After that, it acted as an advising and supervisory entity to the king, assisting him in maintaining lasting unity and stability within the kingdom. The Tuanana, a female royal family member, occupied one of the most significant roles in the Hittite state. Hittite writings infrequently employ the term, leading to contemporary debates on its interpretation as a personal name rather than an official designation. This discussion employs the conventional perspective of Tawanana as a title, notwithstanding the potential that it first functioned as a personal name, akin to the title Labarna. Subsequently, the king's primary consort utilized it as a personal name on at least one occasion. And we must recognize the likelihood that it served as a personal name on other occasions, or, at the very least, functioned as a de facto title. The earliest recorded Tawananna was the aunt of Hattusili. Either his sister or his daughter may have subsequently acquired the title. However, in subsequent reigns, the Tawananna secured her status through her marriage to the monarch. Upon assuming the title of Tawananna, she maintained the associated powers and benefits for her life, regardless of her husband's lifespan. The role may have had religious connotations from its inception. The Tawananna had a significant role in rituals and religious celebrations as the kingdom's head priestess, overseeing these events and executing various religious duties, occasionally with the king and at other times independently. Her sacerdotal position may have established the foundation for the broader power she could wield within the kingdom, occasionally for subversive objectives. Nonetheless, she exerted significant power as the mistress of the royal household, an effect undoubtedly amplified by the king's frequent absences due to military operations, religious pilgrimages, and inspection visits. Some queens engaged in the kingdom's internal political and judicial matters and external diplomatic issues. Tawananna's status and authority were distinctly aberrant within the male-dominated power hierarchy of the Hittite state, and, as will be demonstrated, were never entirely compatible with this system. The word Tawananna first appears in the inaugural section of Hattusili's Annals, whereby the king designates himself as son of the brother of Tawananna. This identification is singular among Hittite writings and provokes several intriguing yet unresolvable inquiries. What prompted Hattusili to identify himself in this manner, particularly given his omission of the preceding king? Who was the woman in reference? What was her part in the royal succession? What was her association with other members of the Hittite royal family? No substantiated rationale exists for referencing her as evidence of matrilineal succession or remnants of a prior matriarchal culture. We cannot presume that the identification suggests Hattusili was his predecessor's nephew and adoptive son. The distinctiveness of the identification may indicate a singular series of events that facilitated Hattusili's accession. These events were likely associated with the uprising in Sanahuita against Hattusili's grandfather and the repudiation and maybe demise of his son Labarna. Hattusili may have ascended to the throne by default. However, that is all conjecture. We can reasonably assume that his relationship with the Tawananna, specifically his aunt, was a genuine basis for his succession, at least from his perspective. In addition to Hattusili's aunt, another woman is identified as having held the title of Tawananna during Hattusili's reign. The king promulgated one of the most stringent royal edicts in response to her evident misuse of authority. In the future, avoid referencing the name of Tawananna. Let no one utter the names of her sons or daughters. Should any of the sons of Hatti address them, they must sever his throat and suspend him at his gate. Anyone who utters their names in the presence of my people shall cease to be considered one of my subjects. They will slit his throat and suspend him by his entrance. Who was Tawananna? What actions had she taken to incite the king's vehement response? Was she the king's consort, Cadusi? Her name is the sole information we possess. The woman in question was presumably the king's daughter or his sister, the mother of the deposed young Tabarna. Both opposed the king. Both can exacerbate the kingdom's strife. The sister was potentially more perilous as her offspring conspired with her and vowed retribution against their adversaries. The decree specifically targeted the Tawananna and her offspring. Hattusili's proclamation of his son's succession may have resulted in the designation of the king's sister as Tawananna. The monarchy probably perceived her and her family as the foremost threat to its future security. It would be more efficacious to revoke every status, position, and official recognition from her and her family, entirely severing their access to assistance and rendering any mention of their names a capital offense. Another female royal family member is mentioned in the testament, Hastayar, who has been identified as Hattusili's wife, mother, favored concubine, or one of his children. The expiring monarch issued his ultimate entreaty to her. The great king, the Labarna, implores Hastayar, "Do not abandon me." To avert the king from issuing such a declaration, the palace staff notify her that she is questioning the elder woman. The king responds, "She is presently interrogating the soothsayers. Do not forsake me. Please, interrogate me. I shall provide you with my words as a symbol. Cleanse me thoroughly. Shield me upon your breast from the ground." The concluding remarks of the testament may provide a vivid first-hand description of the Hittite monarch grappling with his fear of mortality. Hattusili unified a kingdom over a significant portion of eastern Anatolia. He achieved significant military victories in Syria and transported his battle flags across the Euphrates. Nevertheless, the paramount military objective, the capture of Aleppo, had evaded him. Absent Aleppo, his triumphs in Syria and Mesopotamia were but transient accomplishments. Moreover, his realm had incurred significant costs for these triumphs. The political structure of the monarchy remained unstable. Hattusili's family had established themselves as the governing dynasty in Hattusa. However, the king needed more efficient mechanisms to guarantee unwavering allegiance and obedience from his subjects, including his family members. His frequent absences during military engagements undoubtedly intensified the political issues he encountered domestically, resulting in factional conflict, insurrection, and significant loss of life and property. He had ignominiously exiled his offspring for their involvement in insurrections against him. His nephew, whom he had favored and designated as his heir, had likewise demonstrated unworthiness for rule. With the repudiation of his nephew nearing the conclusion of his reign, the kingdom confronted a dilemma of significant magnitude. The king's aspirations now depended entirely on his little grandson, Mursili, the newly designated heir to the throne. Would his nobles and warriors acquiesce to his desires, embrace, cultivate, and pledge loyalty to the new boy king? Will Mursili comply with his grandfather's directives, preserve unity and tranquility within the kingdom, and finalize the former king's unresolved matters in Syria? The time directly after Hattusili's demise would be crucial for the kingdom's survival. The challenges of royal succession. From Mursili I to Muwatalli, about 1620-1400. Observe, Mursili is now my progeny. You must recognize him and elevate him to the throne, declared Hattusili to the assembly of soldiers and dignitaries convened just before his demise. It appears they responded to his entreaties and cautions. Upon his demise, and per his will, his grandson and adopted son Mursili ascended to the kingdom. Pimpira, a prince of noble lineage, may have initially wielded royal authority. However, we cannot ascertain this with certainty. We must reevaluate the documents confirming Pimpira I's existence to elucidate his identity and function in the Old Kingdom's history. The succession following Hattusili's death appears to have transitioned smoothly to the new monarch, in stark contrast to later usurpations of the Hittite throne. The proclamation of Telepinu provides the most information regarding Mursili's reign among the few extant documents that mention him. It addresses harmony and unity inside the land of Hatti, particularly during the initial phase of the reign, and the reinstatement of authoritative rule over territories beyond the homeland where Mursili's predecessors had held dominion. The wording closely resembles the prior depictions of the reigns of Labarna and Hattusili, possibly deliberate. Mursili may have felt obligated to employ military force to reinforce his power in regions previously subdued by his predecessors. The political turmoil in the motherland around the conclusion of his grandfather's reign undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the ongoing Hittite dominance in these regions. Like several predecessors, the new king was required to demonstrate his capability in preserving and reinforcing the accomplishments of his forerunners. The proclamation reiterates the strong connection between internal stability and external military success. Re-establishing Hittite dominance in southeastern Anatolia, specifically in the subsequent kingdom of Kizuadna, was of paramount significance. This was a vital precursor to subsequent Hittite battles in Syria, as the territory encompassed the primary roads from Anatolia into the borders of the Yamad dynasty. The objective was achieved, and Mursili was prepared to emulate his grandfather's journey from Syria to the Euphrates. The documentation of Mursili's Syrian campaigns is regrettably succinct, comprising merely 3 lines in the proclamation and a few incidental mentions in other texts. Nonetheless, his achievements solidified his position among the eminent military commanders of the Kingdom of Hatti. His primary goal was to capture Aleppo, the capital of the Yamhad dynasty. Notwithstanding its disputes with Hattusili, this formerly formidable kingdom remained unconquered at the conclusion of his reign. Mursili embarked on a campaign against Aleppo to avenge his father's death. Hattusili had delegated the responsibility of Aleppo to his son. The monarch of Aleppo sought expiation on his behalf. The desire for vengeance and the duty to fulfill his grandfather's incomplete endeavors may have served as primary motivations for a renewed offensive against Aleppo. However, there were further, more comprehensive factors to examine. Mursili could not anticipate achieving substantial or enduring influence in the Syrian region as long as Aleppo remained unconquered. He could not securely circumvent Aleppo in his progression towards the Euphrates and his last objective, Babylon. Campaigning in the Euphrates region as far south as Babylon while leaving a formidable adversary in his rear was excessively perilous to contemplate. When the ultimate test of strength occurred, Aleppo succumbed to the Hittite assault. The proclamation succinctly details its victory. He traveled to Aleppo, annihilated Aleppo, and transported captives and valuables from Aleppo to Hattusa. The annihilation of Yamhad's capital concluded its sovereignty. Consequently, its name is no longer present in our records. Mursili now had a clear path to the Euphrates and Babylon. The record is succinct. However, its accomplishment was significant. Thereafter, he advanced to Babylon, annihilated the city, vanquished the Hurrian forces, and transported captives and treasures from Babylon to Hattusa. The expedition from Aleppo to Babylon spanned around 800 kilometers, proceeding eastward to the Euphrates and southward along the river to Babylon, an endeavor at least similar to, if not exceeding, Hattusili's most significant achievements. The conquest of Babylon was the zenith of Hittite military accomplishment during the Old Kingdom era. This presumably signified the end of the Hammurabi dynasty, concluding a distinguished period in Babylon's history. A later Babylonian chronicle states, "During the reign of Samsuditana, the Hittites advanced against Akkad." Samsuditana was the final member of the Hammurabic lineage, and the Hittite incursion likely occurred around the time of his death, estimated to be circa. In 1595, according to the Middle Chronology, the Hittite text does not reference Samsuditana, nor does the Babylonian text specify a Hittite king or indicate that Babylon fell to the Hittite warriors. The authenticity of the accounts from 2 independent sources regarding a Hittite campaign against the city is indisputable, and there has never been a credible proposal that these sources pertain to distinct Hittite campaigns. We can reliably ascribe the destruction of Babylon and the successful overthrow of King Hammurabi's once mighty dynasty to Mursili. The conquests of Aleppo and Babylon solidified the Hittite military tradition. The earliest mention of these events is attributed to Mursili's successor, Hantili. Mursili II, the conqueror's later namesake, explicitly cited their destruction as a significant military triumph of the early Hittite era in his prayer. Historically, the land of Hatti, supported by the sun goddess of Arinna, would vigorously challenge its neighboring territories, resembling a lion. Despite the tangible military achievements and the resultant plunder, identifying any enduring benefits from Mursili's conquests proves challenging. The Babylonian campaign prompts critical inquiries regarding its intent and Mursili's aspirations. He could not realistically anticipate transforming the entire expanse from Aleppo to Babylon into Hittite vassal states. The enormity of this territory, its distance from the Hittite heartland, and the Hittites' severely limited ability to maintain lasting dominion over subjugated lands rendered such an ambition implausible. Ultimately, his conquests facilitated the emergence of a Kassite dynasty in Babylonia. The Hittite expedition likely originated from an alliance between the Hittites and the Kassites, motivated by the Hittites' desire for the abundant riches of Babylon and the Kassites' ambition to establish a new ruling dynasty in Babylonia. Such an alliance could have also mitigated the persistent threat of Hurrian political and military expansion in Syria and Anatolia. Furthermore, the proclamation documents the proclamation of Aleppo and Babylon and mentions Hittite interactions with the Hurrians. Mursili may have initiated the Babylonian expedition to acquire wealth and secure potential Kassite support against the Hurrian menace in the region, if necessary. There may have existed an additional, more personal motivation for the endeavor. Hattusili had garnered fame as a formidable warrior, his achievements rivaling those of the fabled Akkadian monarch Sargon. Mursili was compelled to execute exceptional military feats to uphold this legacy, at least on par with his illustrious grandfathers. Aleppo and Babylon had served as epicenters of the most powerful kingdoms in northern Syria and Mesopotamia since the Mari period, 19th and 18th centuries. By subjugating these cities, Mursili illustrated that he was not merely a warrior akin to his grandfather, but also a deserving successor to the legendary rulers of Syria and Mesopotamia. His military endeavors may have been motivated by personal reputation, prestige, and any enduring political or strategic aims. Mursili returned to Hattusa in victory. He reasserted dominance over his kingdom's Anatolian regions, obliterated the formidable kingdoms of Yamhad and Babylon, and returned to his capital with the affluent spoils of his victories. However, military victories elsewhere did not ensure his domestic security. Shortly after his conquests of Aleppo and Babylon, he was assassinated. The assassin was Hantili, his brother-in-law and husband of his sister Harapsili. Hantili gained support and motivation from his son-in-law Zidanta. And Zidanta conspired with Hantili, and they devised a nefarious scheme. They killed Mursili. They spilled blood. Does this exemplify the perils encountered by a monarch who is away from his seat of authority for an extended period? Could Mursili's demise have transpired soon after his return? His assassination exemplifies the definitive failure of Hattusili's efforts to secure the safety of his successor through the stipulations outlined in his testament. The individual possessing ambition, capability, and backing to seize the monarchy by force ultimately dictated the succession. This is how Hantili ascended to the throne, a fate that was uncertain until the very end. The sparse references to Hantili's rule suggest it was notably lengthy and significant. The new monarch appeared determined to preserve Hittite hegemony in Syria for a period. Following the precedent of Hattusili and Mursili, he executed military campaigns in the area, advancing to Carchemish on the Euphrates. He presumably targeted the Hurrians in his offensive. The success of this effort is still being determined. During his return to Hattusa, he arrived at Tegarama, likely corresponding to the contemporary location of Gurun. The phrase, the gods sought revenge for the bloodshed of Mursili, implies that divine entities desired retribution for the violence associated with Mursili. They do not allude to a calamity directly impacting the monarch, as he seems to have proceeded to Hattusa unscathed. They likely signify the juncture in Hantili's reign when a notable decrease in the kingdom's prosperity commenced. A succession of calamities afflicted his rule after that. Telepinu ascribed these events to divine retribution, a consequence of the transgression that elevated Hantili to power. Nemesis is a persistent motif in the proclamation, as it delineates the monarchs who usurped the throne via violence. The criminals faced universal retribution, as did the entire territory, underlining the weight of their actions and the divine consequences that followed. In the case of Hantili, the Hurrians served as the initial instrument of divine retribution. They seemingly traversed and pillaged the land of Hatti at their discretion. Nevertheless, the borders repelled them before they could seize Hattusa itself. In a subsequent instance, Hattusa would not experience the same fortune. A severely damaged portion of the text subsequently recounts an intriguing incident involving the capture of Hantili's queen, Harapsili, and his two sons, and their transport to the city of Sugzia, perhaps situated east of Hatti in the Euphrates Valley. Hantili transported them to Sugzia, perhaps to pursue his military endeavors against the Hurrians in the area, as suggested by one interpretation of the extant text fragments. This reading implies he believed they were more secure there than at Hattusa in his absence. Alternatively, another reading of the fragments indicates that the Hurrians, who had seized them during their withdrawal from their homeland, had placed them in this secluded region. Harapsili became ill in Sugzia and subsequently died there. Foul play may have been implicated, as her sons appeared to suffer her fate. Ultimately, authorities apprehended and prosecuted those accountable. Unlike his wife and sons, Hantili persevered through the adversities of his reign and attained an advanced age. He evidently aimed for the royal succession to persist within his lineage and perhaps possessed some assurance of its continuity, as he had a living son, Piseni, who already had descendants. However, his succession plans were thwarted, and he survived long enough to witness the death of his son and grandsons by the individual who had assisted him in usurping the kingdom. Siddhanta, as Hantili's co-conspirator in Mursili's assassination, may have harbored aspirations of ascending to the throne. However, Hantili had devised an alternative strategy, and it was only after the eradication of the rightful heir and his progeny that Siddhanta fulfilled his aspirations. The reign of Siddhanta needs to be recorded. It may have been really brief. The gods once more required blood for his transgression, employing the king's son, Amuna, as the instrument of their vengeance. Amuna murdered his father and usurped the kingdom. Under Amuna's rule, Hatti's fortunes continued to deteriorate. A drought that significantly depletes the nation's crops and animals may have played a role in this. From Telepinu's perspective, this was yet another instance of divine retribution. Various overtly antagonistic nations, Galmia, Adania, Arzawiya, Salapa, Parduwata, and Ahula, capitalized on the kingdom's challenges. Several of these countries remain unidentified but are presumably situated south or southwest of the kingdom. The area that subsequently evolved into the sovereign state of Kidzuwadna was inhabited by Adania. The loss probably denied the Hittites access to Syria through the Taurus mountain passes. During Hattusili's reign, the region of Arzawa, situated in the southwest, was in battle with the Hittites. Salapa likely resided south of the lower segment of the Marasantia River, perhaps near Kayseri or further west towards Salt Lake. The identical region must have contained Parduwata. The proclamation delineates Amuna's campaigns in his efforts to restore Hittite dominance in adversarial territories. A fragmented document, occasionally called the Amuna Chronicle, may offer additional insights into these campaigns. It references other places, including Tipia to the north, inside the core of subsequent Kaskan-controlled territory, Hapisna, Parduwata, and Haha. The final one, perhaps situated on the eastern bank of the Euphrates, had already been involved in the operations of Hattusili. Amuna has diligently endeavored to maintain the cohesion of his realm, extending from Arzawa in the southwest to the Euphrates in the east. He may have experienced certain victories, contrary to Telepinu's portrayal of his reign as a succession of unqualified disasters. Nevertheless, ultimately, he needed help to re-establish authority over the insubordinate citizens. By the conclusion of his reign, the kingdom beyond the homeland was on the verge of dissolution. The loss of the southern subject territories, notably the loss of cities such as Adania, and the incursions of the Hurrians from the southeast, along with the potential advance of the Kaskans from the north, likely deprived the Hittites of nearly all their external subject territories and placed their homeland in significant peril, a loss that was deeply felt. Amuna's demise, seemingly due to natural causes, prompted a new struggle for succession and additional violence. Zuru, the chief of the bodyguards, covertly sent his son, Tahur-Waili, the man of the golden spear, upon Amuna's ascension to godhood. He subsequently executed Titi's family, including his sons. He also sent Tarusu, the courier, who assassinated Hantili and his sons. Huzziya ascended to the throne. Titi and Hantili were likely the offspring of Amuna, and their murderers were the operatives of Huzziya, the individual who has now usurped the kingdom. Amuna's family allied by marriage with the new royal lineage. His elder sister, Istaparia, was married to Telepinu, another son of Amuna. However, the matrimonial connection with Amuna's family needed to be sufficient to ensure his continued reign as long as any of Amuna's sons lived. During Telepinu's lifetime, Huzziya's situation would remain precarious. Regardless of his status as a brother-in-law, removing Telepinu was essential. A conspiracy was devised against his life. Telepinu was lucky to uncover the conspiracy and implement decisive measures against it. The usurper had likely recently ascended to the throne when his intended target orchestrated a counter-coup, usurping the throne and forcing Huzziya and his 5 brothers into exile. That was sufficient punishment. Telepinu issued directives to prevent any additional harm from occurring to them. There will be an end to bloodshed. He would terminate the violent retributions that had become pervasive among his predecessors. The new king implemented a clemency policy for domestic opponents, while decisive measures were necessary against foreign adversaries. He sought to reclaim the lands forfeited by his predecessors and diligently pursued this objective upon his succession. He commenced an excursion in the southeast, focusing on Hasua, Zizilipa, and Lawazantia. These settlements likely resided in the Euphrates Valley, north of Carchemish, and around the northern boundary of the newly established nation of Kizuwadna. Telepinu gained substantial triumphs in this and ensuing campaigns, reclaiming numerous lost regions. A compilation of Hittite storage depots located in towns and regions under Hittite dominion, including Samuha, Marista, Hurma, Sugzia, Purushanda, and the Hulaya River, indirectly indicates certain victories. After Telepinu's reign, the Marasantia Basin was once more securely under Hittite dominion. The Hittites once again governed the area stretching south of the Marasantia, encompassing the lower land and potentially reaching the Mediterranean Sea. In the southeast, Hittite dominion once again extended to the Euphrates. The name Kizuwadna appears for the first time in our records. Before that time, a segment of the land referred to by this name probably functioned as an independent political unit under Adania. The Hittite kingdom may have previously integrated Adania under the reign of Hattusili, or possibly before. If true, it had evidently severed relations with Hatti during Amuna's reign. when it was enumerated among the adversarial nations against which Amuna waged unsuccessful campaigns. The independent kingdom of Kidzuwadna was likely established during that period. Paryawatri may have led the country's insurrection against the Hittites. A seal impression found at Tarsus reveals that he was the progenitor of Isputasu, a contemporary of Telepinu, and the first verifiably documented monarch of Kidzuwadna. The seal contains the inscription Isputasu, great monarch, son of Paryawatri. Isputasu likely ascended to his father's throne. Nevertheless, Paryawatri was never a monarch. Telepinu acknowledged the newly formed kingdom's autonomous status and negotiated with Isputasu. He initiated a significant new endeavor that laid one of the most crucial foundations of future Hittite policy. He formulated an alliance pact with Isputasu. This first known Hittite pact must be completed to ascertain its precise aims. One of its primary objectives may have been to codify an accord over territorial boundaries in the border area between Kidzuwadna and Hittite-controlled land. The borders of Kidzuwadna have varied throughout the nation's history, contingent upon the efficacy of its monarchs in asserting territorial claims in the border region. Telepinu's campaign against Hasua, Lawazantia, and Zizilipa had led him to this area. Kidzuwadna subsequently confirmed ownership of the final two towns. The treaty may signify Telepinu's effort to consolidate his zank during his campaign. Alternatively, it could affirm Hittite dominance over these settlements following the king's victories. Isputasu may have been obligated to concede the Hittite claim to them, likely in exchange for a guarantee from Telepinu to respect the recently attained autonomy of Kidzuwadna within the currently delineated territorial boundaries. Why did Telepinu avoid attempting to conquer all of Kidzuwadna following his victorious war in the border region? Did his failure to regain authority over Kidzuwadna compel him to negotiate with its monarch? Were there alternative reasons? The potential for increased Hittite military operations in the area threatened to compel Kidzuwadna into a Hurrian alliance. Some have argued that Hurrian influence gave rise to Kidzuwadna. The legitimacy of this proposal is dubious. Yet, a Hittite incursion into Kidzuwadna would have foreshadowed subsequent Hittite offensives in Syria, regions where the Hurrians were rekindling their interest. See below. At this juncture, the last thing Telepinu desired was to incite a resurgence of hostilities with the Hurrians. Absent Hurrian intervention, the conquest and subsequent governance of Kidzuwadna would have perilously strained Hatti's resources during a period when the primary objective was to safeguard its homeland and the reacquired vassal regions from additional foreign threats. A political alliance with Kidzuwadna in the southeast may accomplish this goal more efficiently than military intervention and at significantly lower expense. An assertive expansionist strategy, or the resurgence of hostilities with a significant foreign power, would likely need a commitment to prolonged and expensive military operations distant from the country, despite the urgent requirement to restore and uphold stability within it. The reigns of Telepinu's predecessors, notably Hattusili and Mursili, clearly illustrated the dangers a monarch encountered by remaining away from his center of authority for extended periods. At this juncture, Telepinu's policy appears unequivocal. He endeavored to fortify his reclaimed territory to ensure maximum security against potential enemy assaults. Conversely, he dedicated himself to safeguarding the country from future internal political turmoil that, in his view, had previously led it and the entire kingdom to the brink of annihilation. The task was not uncomplicated. The violence of Telepinu's predecessors seems to have persisted during the initial phase of his rule. He commissioned the clandestine assassination of the deposed monarch Huziya and his 5 siblings. The Panko subsequently brought Tanuwa, the murderer, and Tahurwaili and Tarusu, the assassins who facilitated Huziya's succession, to justice. The jury convicted all three and imposed the death penalty. However, Telepinu converted the punishment to exile. This act of clemency may have been a genuine effort to signify a definitive departure from the past, replacing the principles of blood vengeance and survival of the fittest with a system of justice that was compassionate and measured, intended to serve as a model for his contemporaries and future generations. Nonetheless, if this was his intentional policy, it had minimal observable impact in the short term and may have been enhanced. The monarch may have spared Tahurwaili, one of the assassins who resurfaced in the political arena following Telepinu's demise and usurped the throne from the rightful heir. See below. Furthermore, Telepinu's attempts to preserve the lives of others did not succeed in safeguarding his own family members. The declaration reveals the deaths of his wife, Istaparia, and subsequently his son, Amuna. The 48 reports of their deaths strongly indicate that they were also victims of assassination. Their assassins remain unidentified to us. Their deaths may have prompted Telepinu to reform the royal succession mechanism and safeguard all royal family members moving forward. His sincere hope was that this would conclusively terminate the familial conflicts, dynastic rivalries, and violence that had defined the reign of every Hittite monarch since the era of Hattusili's grandfather. Initially, Telepinu directed the announcement to Anatolia, a generic term for a Hittite parliament. The assembly comprised the members of the Panko, specifically summoned by Telepinu to discuss the succession preparations and to undertake the safeguarding and oversight of the royal family members. The king acted independently in establishing these arrangements. He assembled the gathering to communicate his decisions, like Hattusili summoning the assembly at Kusara to announce his grandson's designation as heir to the kingdom. Direct patrilineal succession has now solidified the inheritance of royal authority. Succession to the throne by a daughter's husband was permissible only if a monarch left no male heirs of appropriate standing. Let a prince of the highest lineage ascend to the throne. Without a first-rank prince, a second-rank son shall ascend to the throne. However, in the absence of a prince or heir, let them appoint a consort for her who is of the highest status, and allow him to ascend to the throne. The formation of succession within a single familial line was not novel. By the time of Hattusili's reign, the system of elective kingship had effectively terminated. Nevertheless, no established procedure existed to ascertain which male relative of the king would succeed to the throne. The king himself determined his successor, who may alter his decision. Frequently, a usurper ascended to the throne. Telepinu's primary objective was to eliminate any potential for competing claims or arbitrary selection in the succession process. He significantly restricted the autonomy of a future king in selecting his successor. The king retained some autonomy, as he was not obligated to select the eldest among the eligible candidates. Moreover, the new restrictions were designed to guarantee the personal protection of the king, his successor, and other royal family members. In principle, they eradicated the potential for future competition or contention among self-promoting contenders for succession. In most instances, the succession was initially designated to a first-rank son, specifically the son of the king's principal wife, likely the Tawanana. Without sons, the succession would transfer to a son of the second rank, likely a son of the desert wife, a woman of lower status than the chief wife, yet still of free birth. The idea was that any male progeny of the king from women of inferior class were disqualified from the succession. If neither the king's primary nor the secondary wife had surviving sons, the succession would go to a son-in-law, the husband of the king's chief wife's daughter. Upon the son-in-law's integration into his wife's family, he was officially adopted as the son of his father-in-law. This guaranteed his qualification to ascend to the throne. After articulating the succession regulations, Telepinu clarified the intent of the extensive historical prelude to the proclamation and its intended audience. From now on, any individual who ascends to the throne and intends harm towards a sibling is his advisor, and you must candidly inform him, "Examine this act of violence inscribed on the tablet." Bloodshed was prevalent in Hattusa, and the gods exacted punishment from the royal family. Documenting historical occurrences should consistently remind us of the catastrophic outcomes resulting from neglecting or contravening these regulations. However, more than just reminders would be required to guarantee compliance with the regulations. They needed to be implemented. We established formal disciplinary measures that, when required, applied even to royal family members. The monarch himself may have faced the death penalty for killing members of his own family. While certainty eludes us due to the contentious interpretation of a specific passage in the proclamation, it is evident that no member of the royal family shall henceforth evade legal consequences for their offenses, especially those that contravene or jeopardize the succession regulations. The Panko Assembly was designated as responsible for enforcement. We must now further examine the nature and composition of this entity and the powers it wielded. The Panku had previously performed significant judicial roles under Hattusili's reign. However, these may have mainly become dormant over the reigns of his successors. No more mention of a Panko existed before Telepinu's reign, nor is there any evidence that such an entity could exert control over the ongoing succession disputes. During Telepinu's rule, the Panku re-established itself as a significant institution with defined functions. Extensive discourse has occurred on its true makeup. The prevailing opinion is that it constituted a type of aristocratic assembly. Critics contend it was not a social class, especially a high one, but rather the totality of those present on a given occasion. A section in the proclamation corroborates this assertion. Henceforth it is imperative for you, the palace attendants, the bodyguards, the golden spear warriors, the cupbearers, the table attendants, the cooks, the heralds, the grooms, and the captains of the 1,000, to retain this information. Allow Tanuwa, Tahurwaili, and Tarusu to serve as a symbol for you. Should anyone do malevolence henceforth, regardless of their status, bring them before you as Panku and consume them with your fangs. The individuals constituting the Panku for this purpose were likely royal court members, encompassing high-ranking officials in the palace administration and subordinate palace personnel. However, the Panku might have represented something distinct from a waxed or permanent entity with consistent obligations. It presumably operated as a temporary assembly, summoned just under extraordinary situations. The composition fluctuated based on the situations it convened to address. In this instance, Telepinu designated a certain assembly of officials and functionaries to constitute a Panku for addressing a specific category of criminal offenses. The group possessed restricted autonomy in executing its judicial responsibilities and had to follow explicitly delineated protocols. The group mandated the death sentence for individuals convicted of crimes under its jurisdiction. It was essential to exhibit justice. They must not execute him clandestinely, as exemplified by Zuruwa, Tahurwaili, and Tarusu. The perpetrator alone should bear the consequences of his offense. No other family member was to incur injury. No individual was permitted to demolish or seize his property. And now, when any prince transgresses, he must atone even with his life. Nevertheless, he must guarantee that neither his residence nor his offspring incurs damage. It is inappropriate to relinquish the prince's individuals or assets. The proclamation consistently underscores this idea. The proclamation exempted any royal family member from liability for offenses solely ascribed to the prince, a potentially self-evident tenet of justice. However, it is understood that on certain occasions the offspring of an offender could anticipate experiencing their father's consequences as a subsequent monarch Mursili II, had reason to admonish the adopted son of a dishonored vassal. Are you not cognizant, Kupanta Kurunta, that in Hatti, if an individual perpetrates the crime of rebellion, his son, regardless of innocence, inherits his father's culpability, and that his father's estate and property had been appropriated and either transferred to another individual or confiscated for the palace? Telepinu commanded safeguarding a royal offender's family and possessions from such actions, guaranteeing the royal court's stability, if not the entire kingdom. Neglecting to offer this protection may have resulted in catastrophic repercussions for an entire royal family. A successful prosecution leading to confiscating and redistributing a prince's assets and humiliating his offspring could have incentivized members of a competing faction to concoct allegations against him. Telepinu was resolute in eradicating familial discord and factional conflict within the royal court. Considering the historical strife among competing factions among the upper echelons of Hittite society, it was essential to eradicate any possible motivations for the re-emergence of such discord. The proclamation addressed issues beyond merely formalizing the succession procedures. The legislation that directly influenced the power and authority of the king and the panku and the safeguards designed to maintain the monarchy's stability was equally significant. The proclamation's clauses would considerably restrict the authority of subsequent monarchs. The proclamation restricted their autonomy in selecting a successor, set various constraints on their judicial authority, and subjected them to disciplinary measures by the panku for any acts of violence against family members. Nevertheless, despite these constraints on the monarch's authority, the bank's powers, chiefly tasked with securing the king's and his family's safety while protecting succession rights, ostensibly bolstered his status and personal security. Telepinu's reign presented opportunities for a new epoch of stability and concord within the homeland and a resurgence of Hittite dominance and authority externally. However, the measures established in the proclamation had minimal discernible impact in the subsequent decades after his demise, a duration lasting approximately a century, often arbitrarily referred to as the Middle Kingdom. A series of inadequately documented monarchs throughout this era attained the throne via intrigue and usurpation, only to forfeit it similarly. The circumstances surrounding the conclusion of Telepinu's reign are unknown. Nonetheless, it seems he died without siring any male heirs. His sole recognized son, Amuna, had died before him. Nonetheless, Harapseki, his daughter, and Aluwamna, presumably Harapseki's spouse and Telepinu's son-in-law, outlived him. In the lack of a royal bloodline and newly established succession principles, Aluwamna was the legitimate heir to the kingdom. However, subsequent events demonstrated that Telepinu's meticulous arrangements for succession failed to sufficiently protect the integrity of the royal lineage. Aluwamna likely succeeded his father-in-law. However, this is the only thing known about this monarch, save from a few fragmentary manuscripts mentioning him and his inclusion in royal offering lists and land grant papers. Taherwaili may have ousted him before his extended reign. The name appears outside the other kings in the royal offering lists, likely indicating an intentional exclusion from these records. Nevertheless, the discovery of a tablet fragment in 1963 and a seal impression in 1969 illustrate Tahurwaili's achievement in asserting his kingship. Both affirm Tahurwaili's royal status. The latter features the inscription, "Seal of the Tabarna Tahurwaili, Great King. Whoever modifies his statement shall perish." Who was Tahurwaili? What assertion, if any, might be present on his entitlement to the throne? He may have been the individual identified in the proclamation as the assassin dispatched to kill Titi's family before Huzia's accession. Telepinu modified the death sentence pronounced by the panku to a sentence of banishment. If this was the Tahurwaili who ascended to the position of great king, then Telepinu's leniency was evidently misguided. Tahurwali's immediate intentions for assassinating royal family members may have been driven by a desire to ultimately secure the throne for himself. Tahurwali remained a persistent menace throughout his existence. We examine the Telepinu lineage and the provisions for royal succession. The recent succession provisions enabled Tahurwali's ascension to power, setting the stage for new disputes over the throne. The political stability that Telepinu aimed to establish as his primary legacy for the Hittite Empire seemingly disintegrated a generation after his demise. However, Telepinu's policies have exerted a more enduring influence outside the homeland, particularly concerning relations with Kidzuwatna. Tahurwali reaffirmed Telepinu's alliance with Isputasu by establishing a parity contract with Isputasu's successor, Eheya. This is, in fact, all the information now available regarding Tahurwali's reign. We possess limited information regarding the subsequent 3 rulers included in the offerings: Hantili, Zidanta, Zidansa, and Huzia. Certain researchers propose that the lists erroneously replicated the names of these monarchs who ruled before Telepinu. The existence of subsequent kings bearing these names is now confirmed. Under the rule of Hantili, presumed son of Aluwamna, the Kaska people from the Pontic region made their inaugural documented appearance in Hittite history. Adjacent to the country's northern borders, they seized the sacred city of Nerik, likely near the Pontic region. 2 centuries elapsed before the Hittites ultimately reasserted authority over it. The northerners have deserted the city of Tiliura in the north. Hantili asserted that he had strengthened Hattusa and adjacent cities in reaction to the aggressive forces currently threatening the homeland. It recognized that the kingdom's center was susceptible to assault. Hantili may have persisted in fostering amicable relations with Kidzuwatna in diplomatic matters. A fragmented Akkadian account of a pact between an unidentified Hittite ruler and a Kidzuwatnan monarch named Padatisu suggests this idea. The former likely succeeded Eheya, Tahurwali's treaty associate, to the throne of Kidzuwatna. In such case, his treaty partner was one of Tahurwali's direct successors. Hantili is a potential candidate. The text reveals a potential cause of conflict between the 2 kingdoms, as later treaties indicate: the movements of semi-nomadic people over territorial limits in the border region. Should a village of the great king, along with its women, possessions, cattle, sheep, and goats, relocate to Kidzuwatna, Padatisu shall apprehend them and return them to the great king. If a village from Padatisu, including its women, possessions, cattle, sheep, and goats, migrates into Hatti, the great king shall capture them and return them to Padatisu. The remaining section of the treaty must offer greater clarity regarding its fundamental characteristics and extent. However, one of its primary priorities appears to have been the precise definition or redefinition of the boundaries between Hatti and Kidzuwatna, as exemplified by Telepinu's pact with Isputasu, as well as the regulation of people and livestock movements within the border area. Zidanta, Hantili's successor, was a king who preserved strong diplomatic ties with Kidzuwatna. We possess parts of the pact he formulated with Pelia, who subsequently occupied the Kidzuwatnan throne. The pact signifies that hostilities occurred between Hatti and Kidzuwatna, resulting in the capture or destruction of multiple towns on both sides. These settlements were on the contentious border between the 2 nations. Even under optimal conditions, it would have been challenging for any party to govern or adequately patrol this region. The previous contract with Padatisu addressed issues arising from the transboundary movements of semi-nomadic populations and their cattle. Consequently, these issues may have escalated, heightening the tensions between the 2 kingdoms. The land grant records unearthed during the 1984 excavation of Temple 8 at Hattusa included one featuring the royal seal of monarch Zidanta and another bearing the seal of a monarch named Nir, Gal, in Hittite, Muwatalli. The latter text is particularly captivating to Hittite researchers as it has unveiled a previously unidentified monarch of the Hittite throne. The typology, language, wind spot, and seal impression suggest that Muwatalli was a contemporary of Zidanta and Huzziya, Zidanta's successor. The name Muwatalli appears in many manuscripts that were formerly attributed to one or more individuals from the lineages of subsequent monarchs, particularly to the renowned 13th century ruler of that designation. Certain writings should be attributed to the king specified in the land grant deed. A notable text references Muwatalli's murder of Huzziya. We may now ascertain that the deceased individual was King Huzziya II, the heir of Zidanta, and that his assassin, Muwatalli, usurped the throne in his stead. The new king's entourage comprised two individuals, Kantuzili and Himuili, who may have been the offspring of his victim. See Chart 6. Consequently, he seemingly pursued a reunion with Huzziya's family, not only preserving the lives of his sons and his wife, Sumiri, but also granting prominent positions to the sons. Unfortunately for Muwatalli, this magnanimous, although politically motivated gesture eventually failed to realize his desired reconciliation. His reign concluded as it had begun. Kantuzili and Himuili executed another assassination, this time aimed at him directly. Regardless of their purpose or provocation, the assassins' actions precipitated another significant political crisis in Hatti. Competing groups re-emerged, thrusting the kingdom into civil strife around the regal succession. Before examining the events after Muwatalli's demise, it is essential to consider some changes in the Near East, particularly those that significantly influenced the trajectory of Hittite history. During the interval between Telepinu and Muwatalli, the Hittites' status regarding contemporary autonomous entities was steady. There is no evidence that Telepinu's successors experienced significant territorial losses that he had reclaimed. A noteworthy observation, given that succession disputes, which had previously severely undermined the kingdom, persisted intermittently in the decades after Telepinu's demise. These confrontations may have been less frequent and less intense than previously. Nonetheless, the lack of a thorough account of events during this era, similar to the preamble of Telepinu's proclamation, compels us to depend predominantly on silence to substantiate our claims. The Hittite power in the Near East had considerably waned compared to the era of Hattusili and Mursili. Telepinu and his successors had the ambition and perceived the necessity to undertake campaigns comparable in scale to those of their two formidable predecessors. Telepinu's successors likely preferred to retain control over lands nearer to the homeland, as such projects demanded substantial resource allocation, even in the face of internal political conflicts. Instead of employing military force, diplomacy might safeguard Hatti's interests in strategically significant yet uncontrollable regions. Kizuwadna was unquestionably the most prominent region during this era. Numerous successors reaffirmed Telepinu's connection with Kizuwadna via his treaty with Isputasu. One of the treaty's apparent objectives was to address issues inside the border region between the two kingdoms. Nonetheless, their importance must have been more extensive, particularly in light of Mitanni's ascendant influence to the southeast. Although Aleppo dominated much of northern Syria, the Hurrian states seemingly accepted its authority and established diplomatic relations. The Hittite operations in Syria along the Euphrates undoubtedly threatened the geographical interests of both parties, leading to the Entente. Throughout these operations, Hattusili and his successor, Mursili, engaged in conflict with the Hurrians and Aleppo. Nonetheless, the ultimate seizure of Aleppo by Hattusili and Mursili resulted in a power vacuum in northern Syria. The political turmoil in Hatti after Mursili's assassination hindered the Hittites from exploiting their military victories, allowing the burgeoning Hurrian Confederation, the kingdom of Mitanni, to occupy the resultant power void. The presence of a significant Hurrian settlement in several areas of the region surely improved their prospects for further establishment. 88. Nonetheless, Egyptian interests and ventures in the region opposed Mitannian endeavors in Syria. Thutmosis I's accession in 1493, the third sovereign of the 18th dynasty, initially demonstrated this in his military conquests. Shortly after his ascension, Thutmosis undertook an expedition to Syria, culminating in the conquest of Palestine. He transported Egyptian weaponry to the Euphrates, constructing a triumph stele. However, his immediate successors made minimal effort to solidify his military achievements. During Queen Hatshepsut's reign, about 1479-1458, there was a significant decline in Egyptian authority in Syria. Hatshepsut relinquished most of Thutmosis's conquests in Syria, preserving only the southern region of Palestine. This likely prompted the initial significant westward expansion of Mitannian authority during the reign of King Paratarna in the latter half of the 15th century. Paratarna's primary purpose in Syria was to assert sovereignty over the lands governed by the kingdom of Aleppo. Mursili conquered and obliterated Aleppo. However, it reconstructed itself and reclaimed its autonomy. It sustained this under a succession of monarchs, Sara-El, Aba-El, and Elim Dilemma, and in fact enlarged its dominion to encompass numerous adjacent states, including Nia, Ni, Amau, Amai, and Mukesh. Following the demise of Ilim-Ilima, a revolt ensued throughout the realm. This resulted in the exile of Idrimi, the son of Ilim-Ilima, to the little kingdom of Emar along the Euphrates River. The inscription on his renowned statue, unearthed by Sir Leonard Woolley in 1939, documents his vision. Idrimi was convinced of his rightful status as his father's true heir, and familial dynastic conflicts, similar to those in Hatti during Hattusili's reign, may have compelled him to take action. The Mitannian monarch Paratarna capitalized on the circumstances, possibly even instigating the rebellion, to assert his dominance over the entire former kingdom of Aleppo. 7 years of exile prompted Idrimi to understand that to reclaim his throne, he must acknowledge the fact of Mitannian rule over the kingdom he abandoned. He, therefore, pursued a reconciliation with Paratarna. They consented, executed a treaty, and appointed Idrimi as one of Paratarna's subordinate sovereigns. The Mitannian monarch confined his realm to the western territories of the former Aleppo kingdom, Nia, Amau, and Mukesh, establishing his royal seat at Alala. The Mitannian king conferred de facto autonomous sovereignty upon the residual provinces of the former kingdom. Upon securing his vassal kingdom, Idrimi exhibited his worth as a proponent of Mitannian interests by assaulting and subjugating 7 cities on the southeastern border of Hittite-controlled territory. His conquests took him near the borders of Kizuwadna, potentially resulting in the pact he established with ruler Pilia of Kizuwadna. Paratarna ratified the treaty, rendering both Pilia and Idrimi tributaries of the contemporary Mitannian ruler. Pilia had also established a pact with the Hittite king Zidanta. A concurrent alliance with Hatti and Mitanni would have been infeasible. Consequently, Kizuwadna altered allegiances, presumably following Pilia's agreement with the Hittites. Political circumstances probably necessitated this change. Faced with an assertive Mitannian vassal operating near his kingdom's borders, Pilia may have been compelled to replace his Hittite alliance with one that included the Mitannian king and his vassal. The issue was assessing which entity represented a more significant and immediate threat to his kingdom, a hostile Mitanni or a disaffected Hatti. Several local rulers, especially in Syria, subsequently encountered his issue. becoming entangled in the rivalries of the dominant forces in the region. With which of these powers should they affiliate themselves? Which provided superior possibilities for consolidating their position and realm. They frequently found themselves under the dominion of a big power. In Kidzuadna's instance, this was neither the initial nor the final occasion on which its monarch chose to change allegiances. It is uncertain whether he acted while Zidanta still held the Hittite throne or at a later time. Idrimi's contract with Pilia and the annihilation of the Hittite frontier towns portended dire consequences for Hatti. Mitanni would soon become dissatisfied with the areas it had acquired in Syria. Mitanni must now focus on expanding further north. This inevitably presented a significant danger to Hatti and its subordinate regions in eastern Anatolia. The revival of Egyptian military might under Pharaoh Thutmosis III, c. 1479 to 1425, curtailed Mitannian imperial aspirations. Thutmosis aimed to create a lasting Egyptian presence in Syria by instituting a pro-Egyptian regional administration. In his inaugural war, about 1458, the pharaoh vanquished a coalition of Syrian forces at Megiddo, commanded by the king of Kanesh. He then focused his expeditions on the conquest of Mitannian regions in Syria. He traversed and beyond the Euphrates River, mirroring Hattusili and Sargon's accomplishments before him. 106. Multiple countries recognized the new Egyptian sovereign of Syria by establishing diplomatic relations and presenting gifts and tribute, including Assyria, Babylon, and arguably, most importantly, Hatti. Their overtures to Thutmosis likely sought to deter him from harboring ambitions against their land. They probably responded with minimal excitement to the Egyptian military initiative, which effectively curtailed, at least temporarily, the militaristic aspirations of their formidable neighbor, Mitanni. Aspirations that represented a significantly greater threat to their kingdoms than Egypt. Zidanta may have been the Hittite monarch who dispatched tribute to Thutmosis upon his return from the Syrian campaign in his 33rd year. 8 years later, the same monarch, or his successor, replicated the gesture. A formal treaty between the two kingdoms, encompassing an accord to relocate individuals from the Hittite city of Kurustama in northern Anatolia to Egyptian-controlled land in Syria, may have further solidified Hittite-Egyptian relations. This option derives from a document referred to as the Kurustama Treaty 109, cited by two following writings. Although the text derives from a subsequent century, it may suggest establishing a Hittite-Egyptian partnership during this time frame. Academics propose that the transfer likely entailed the deployment of a military corps as a component of the alliance between Hatti and Egypt. These forces, presumably enlisted as mercenaries throughout Egypt's history, integrated into the Egyptian army. 112. The Hittites clearly benefited from establishing established diplomatic contacts with Egypt. Egypt seems improbable to constitute a significant danger to Hittite holdings in Anatolia, except at its edge. The pharaoh's military expeditions had already transported him far from his region. It would be difficult for him to retain control over the territory he had already acquired, much less contemplate the prospect of additional expansion. A resurgent Mitanni could seek to regain its lost vassal states from him. Conversely, the Hittites prioritized safeguarding their domains in Anatolia, especially against the menace of Mitannian hostility. An alliance between Hatti and Egypt against the third-party Mitanni could have been mutually beneficial, given the absence of significant territorial disputes. Notwithstanding the military achievements of Thutmosis's operations, they did not yield significant enduring Egyptian supremacy in the regions where they occurred. Thutmosis's 17th and final campaign sought to suppress a rebellion in central Syria, particularly in Tunip and Kadesh. This insurrection likely received the backing of Mitanni, which, under the dynamic and ambitious reign of King Sowshtatar the Mern, was poised to attain the zenith of its strength and influence in the Near East. As the Hittite king Hattusili had ascertained, before Thutmose, and several military conquerors after that. Achieving military triumphs was far simpler than sustaining enduring authority over the annexed regions, particularly when these were distanced from the conqueror's center of operations. Subsequent events would reveal that the Egyptian military triumphs over Mitanni were a transient setback for a monarchy that remained ascendant.